Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
Welcome to the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 Asana sequence of Nithyananda Yoga. Before we start the yoga session, we request all the male bodies to please remove your upper cloth, for yoga is a ritual, and male bodies remove the upper cloth for any Hindu ritual. All the female bodies, please tie up your hair, and we request all the participants to please wear a black dress, apply vibhuti on your forehead. If you are a male body, apply it on the 16 places over your body. Apply kumkum and any aushadha from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism you have available. Wear your Rudraksha mala, the abharanam, to intensify the energy which you can hold throughout the yoga practice. Also, make sure to keep a Shri Yantra, which is a sacred mandala, in your room where you practice the yoga. If you don't have a Shri Yantra available, don't worry. We are projecting it in the background of our acharyas. Now settle down on your yoga mat and get ready for the ritual of yoga. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः. 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 ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः.
We will be performing the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now keep your hand, the right hand, in the shape of a cow's ear in the Gokarana Mudra, as our acharyas are demonstrating. Then take an udani of water, pour it into your right palm. We're going to chant a mantra thrice. Each time, sip the water from the bottom of your palm whenever the word Swadha is chanted.
ॐ आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम्.
Take another udani of water.
ॐ विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम्.
Pour another udani of water into your palm.
ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम्.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapacham and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your thumb as we chant.
ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः.
Now wash your hand again. With the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hand again. With the index fingers and thumbs joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril, and with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, left eye, and the right ear and the left ear. Wash your hand again. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest. And with all fingertips joined together, touch on top of the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. Now wash your hand again. As you clasp the right hand over top of the left, place both hands on the right thigh. Set the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, what it is that you want to manifest today in today's Nithyananda Yoga session as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
ॐ ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुण विशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ पूर्ण आरोग्ययुक्त दृढगात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम Nithyananda Yogabhyasam Karishe.
Now wash your hand once more as we chant.
Om Apaupasprisya.
Keep your Panchapacham and udani out of harm's way as we are getting ready to start the yoga. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the index fingers and thumbs joined together on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Engage the three bandhas, the energy locks, which are contracting the perineal region and pulling it in and up. The Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, contracting your stomach muscles and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally contracting your throat muscles. Together they form Mahamudra Bandha, which is a great secret of the yogic practice and will enhance your yoga practice manifold. Next up is the visualization. Hold the visualization for the right context of each of the asanas. The first visualization is Lord Shiva. You will always be able to see the visualization in the top right corner of the screen. So whenever you don't know how the visualization looks, you can just check the screen. Next up is Samana Kumbhaka. Now fill your stomach with prana as you meditate on a flame in your stomach, kindling the prana and raising up your spine. Chant the japa soham and visualize it rotating around your throat until the nectar oozes out into your body. Let us now perform the first asana, which is Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana with the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Then bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम्.
The next asana is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body and hold the left hand by the right behind your back. As you lean forward and place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वविधियाहु मे जानो उभयपकतले सम्पुटठानो.
The next asana is Nagipavasana. Now keep the soles of your feet together and stretch your hands out in front of the feet, cupping your palms, placing them down on the ground as you place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake.
पूर्वविधिपर्यागाने नीचौ वेकहुनि फनास्यो लगाई.
Next up is KAILASA. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Then raise the legs up straight. And then cross them into Padmasana, leaning forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird.
स्थान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः.
The next asana is Nithyananda. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee as you hold onto the opposite elbows. Engage all three bandhas, rotate your arms in a circle and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, and after some time change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ाभावापादगे आशमाहिलीसोये दक्षचरणको वार्लोतापरिकुल्फसमोय.
The next asana is Gajasana. Now press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up high. Lower your head, then your chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again as you visualize yourself as an elephant. And perform Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you do so.
युग्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. From the same position, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Visualize yourself as a bear as you keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the mat with the tips of the on the tips of the big toes, with all other toes raised off the ground. As you keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and bring your index, middle, and ring fingers to the heart center in Hridaya Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः
Next up is the Urdhva Janukarana. Stand with your heels touching, toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, and the knees bent in Arimandi. Now, bring both hands to the chest with the elbows parallel to the ground. Then lift one knee up towards the center of your body, followed along with the respective hand as you make circular motions on both sides again and again. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace your fingers from the outside in Sarvashankari Mudra and hold on to one knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and visualize yourself holding a baby as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानूरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
You move on to Padapidanasana. Now take the foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands. Be straight. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
त्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Standing on one leg, hold on to one foot and extend it backwards as you lean forward and stretch your arm out in front in Bindu Mudra with the index finger and thumb touching as you visualize yourself dancing as Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now stand on the other leg and repeat Balalingasana on the other side, pulling the knee up towards your chest and visualize yourself caressing a baby.
एकं जानूरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now repeat Padapidanasana on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your buttocks and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging all three bandhas.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Now repeat Natarajasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Ardha Rechita Karana. From Arimandi position, bring the right foot behind the other with the toes down and the heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and swing the right arm back and forth, gracefully moving the fingers one by one. Now keep the right hand over top of the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. We move on to Katichina Karana. From Arimandi, with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed, palms facing backwards. Now open your hips to one side and open the arms along above your head. Return to the center and repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes as you raise your hands up above your head, beside your ears. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree as you internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विभेदकान्.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat to the ground. Take precaution in the case that you are a pregnant woman. For pregnant women, shouldn't perform any of the forward bends. Now engage all the bandhas and bring your forehead towards the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
The next asana is Tadakshvasana, the plank position. Now lower your body down onto your arms and feet as you tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side, contracting your perineal region. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in the Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and visualizing a flame rising up your spine.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं रजेत.
The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower your entire body down onto your stomach as you keep the toes pointing backwards and your hands next to the chest. Now raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Don't lift your body any higher than your belly button up. And open your mouth wide as you inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Shashasana. Now push your body up back into the plank position and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
जासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Rathasana. From a tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands as you simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other one in between the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vidavajrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Now extend the other leg back, keep the knee straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel, pull the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Vidavajra as you perform Ujjana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
आशिष्टमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Viravatasana on the other side.
समतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now stand and bring one foot to the inner thigh as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight as you gaze forward and visualize yourself as a tree.
अमोरमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised leg to the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and engage the Mula Bandha.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now stand on your other leg and repeat Vrikshasana on the other side.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, keeping the standing leg as straight as a rod and visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg forward and the other one far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and down as you keep one hand down and the other one raised up. Gaze upwards, visualizing yourself as a triangle as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other leg forward as you repeat Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Nikuttaka from Adimandi position. Heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now stump the rest heel to the ground, raise the other heel up, and exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Raise your knees off the ground and keep them together as you join your palms in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
बन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidunanasana. Now, from Saurasana, lean forward and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you hold the back heel with the other hand, balance. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward as you repeat Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now again, lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot and the back heel. Repeating Vidunanasana on the other side.
स्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana. As you keep the toes on the ground and the perineum placed on top of the heels, which I raise off the ground, keep a gap between your legs and place the back of your hands on top of the respective knees. Contract the perineal region and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze in between the two hands in Shambhavi Mudra, with eyes opened wide, unblinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji within and perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
द्वौ भणापाणि होय वैसे एड़ी मेल रघुदानि वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting your perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the respective thighs and pull your stomach in and up, contract the perineal region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadragodakasana. Maintain the same position as you shift your gaze up to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you buzz like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दो भूपगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels. As you bring your thumbs and little fingers together in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. Now raise your hands up above your head as you gaze up in between the gap between the palms visualizing yourself as Lord Surya.
एडी दो गुदातरी आने फना पानी बैठक अब निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes flat, perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the knees, lift the tongue up against the roof of your mouth. As you catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog tongue, as you visualize yourself as a frog in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
तलो पृष्ठ देशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain the same sitting posture, but bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you keep your tongue pressed against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं कुर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. As you keep the knees wide, fingers spread on top of the knees, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully. As you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit with your heels under the perineum, the knees open wide. Then cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze at the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Kakapusandi Asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you keep your knees open wide and bring your arms in and around the raised knees. Interlace your fingers behind your back if you can. As you visualize yourself as a crow and gaze to the tip of your nose as you engage the Mula Bandha.
उत्तमे वेशक उपदठाने दो गोहा तपगमी च आने.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now keep the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet off the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and balance on your arms.
को गुण आशी दुष्टता होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali Asana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground. Please take precautions if you have any neck injuries or high blood pressure. Any of the inverted postures. Now bring your knees onto the elbows, your hips over the shoulders, and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ईशा धरती टेकी पग दो वो मिलीवा ऊंचा करे.
The next asana is Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to the side as you align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you hold your breath in the exhaled state. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्.
Now twist your body in the other direction And repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरदंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tadakshvasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring it in between the two hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Vaidava. As you breathe in your radiate chakra kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन की गुण पीती जागी.
Now, step the front foot back and step the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes open wide, unblinking, as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. From Tadakshvasana, the plank position, bring your forearms down on the ground as you walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift your chest and head up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
भून्यस्थो जानुनि हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम्.
The next asana is Vasishthasana. From Tadakshvasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath your shoulder as you raise your hips and gaze up towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now twist your body in the other direction. Balance on the other hand as you repeat Vasishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now come to a seated position and extend your legs out in front with the heel down and the toes pointing up. Now bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your body. Tuck your chin to the chest. Contract the perineal region. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Mahasadaशिवोहम.
दो बूकर की उभय हस्तेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged, and exhale all the air from your lungs in the Chakra Kumbhaka.
जानो बरिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं दानमुच्यते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. With your legs straight, interlace your fingers behind your neck. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing your head to the knees by the strength of your core. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space.
शुभानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुभरि शिरोन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now, sit with the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised, and reach your arm in and around the raised knee as you clasp your hands behind your back. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knee, and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down to the ground and lean forward, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you exhale all the air from your lungs, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
मुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now extend the other leg out. Bring the other heel towards the perineum with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back, in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down, lean forward, hold onto the foot, engage all three bandhas, repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, with your heels close to the perineum, keep your knees wide, hold your feet firmly with both hands, and maintain a straight spine as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Gvalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from your body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. As you place your hands on the respective knees, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
ध्रुव चरपट चौक कहियो सोई वाही विधियो कीजे सोई.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now sit, keep the soles of the feet together and the heels close to your perineum as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen. Now hold the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and bring the forehead to the feet as you gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोगो बगतले संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
The next asana is Midakipavasana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and the knees wide, lean forward and down and extend your hands out to the side. Keep the palms facing down on the ground to the sides as you bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि परिबगधली संपुट शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart. As you bring your arms below the shins, extend them out to the sides and keep the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above your feet as you bring your toes near your throat if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोगो बगतले संपुट करे शोले मेड़ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, as you hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the backs of your hands onto the ground and the elbows pressing down on the thighs. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगांगी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेड़ लगावे.
The next asana is Chatapata Chukasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum. Open the knees and place your hands on top of the knees as you gently press them down. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोगो बगतली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जार पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your knees open wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. As you keep your knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
उल्भव संपेड्य जान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः.
The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्
The next asana is Apanasana. As you sit, place one leg on top of the respective shoulder and raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards your perineum and pull the opposite foot towards your chest.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward and up.
परं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you gaze to the nose, visualize the face of a cow, and perform the Mula Bandha. Start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham.
सर्वे दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
The next asana is Anasuyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Hold on to the big toes of the feet in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने.
Maintain the same position. Interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down as you bring your chin over the knees, the nose towards the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
The next asana is Garudasana too. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. As you keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep the hands on the respective knee. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वार नीचे.
The next asana is Nadadasana. Now, sit and place your perineum on top of one heel as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Sajnadada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिल लगा बेफेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin as you hold the big toes with the other hand in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
नवामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्.
Now slide your knees over top with the other knee on top, repeating the Gomukhasana position on the other side. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow as you keep hissing through your teeth without the tongue touching your teeth. Instead, Kari Kumbhaka.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold onto the big toes as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोड़ो नीचे उठाने वावो तागे ऊपर आने
Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, chin over the knees, nose towards the ground in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि
Now repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side, bringing the other heel towards the perineum, knee raised, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो पगमोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वार नीचे दे.
Next up is Narudasana on the other side. Raise the perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee, visualizing yourself as Sage Naruda.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा वे फेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकम्.
Next up is Matsindrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thighs as you place the opposite foot on the ground, flat. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep your raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
The next asana is Kubhasana. From Matsyendrasana, twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee as you extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Twist your body back. Gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Keeping the hand extended down towards the foot, place your hand behind your body onto the ground as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out. Bring the opposite foot onto the thigh as you twist your elbow outside of the raised knee and gaze back.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
The next asana is Kubhasana on the other side. Now hold on to the front big toe in Prana Mudra as you keep the other hand towards the respective ear, gazing back and up towards your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
The hand to the ground behind you, twist your body even further as you visualize Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana 2.
वत्सेन्द्रपीडं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मंडल खंडनास्त्रम.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs as you keep your palms flat on the respective knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, now pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, hissing while inhaling as you internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Padmasana too. As you sit in Padmasana, cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
तानो चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
The next asana is Kukutasana. Now, sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground between the two thighs as you lift your body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्बोरौरन्तरे करौ.
The next asana is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, raise up onto the knees as you bring your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, and then lean forward. Find balance and extend your knees up off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वपरि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep your elbows at the navel, lean back, lean forward, find balance, and extend your legs up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock as you perform the Sahajra Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Makarasana. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a crocodile and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bring the thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. In Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षौ भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet. Put the feet down towards the ground outside of your hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet and kick the legs back and up as you lean forward and lift your chest off the ground. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
त्रिसार्यपादौ भुजदण्डरो भौकरौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground, sitting in between the two heels. Place your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahasrara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, contract the perineal region and Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाओ तो वैसे बहरो जगते करे कैसे.
The next asana is Gohi Asana. From the kneeling position, place your elbows on the ground, shoulder width apart. As you interlace your fingers, bring your head towards the ground and hold it with your hands. Now raise your hips up. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with your shoulders. And then raise your legs up off the ground and pull the knees close to your chest. Try to touch your chin with the knees as you roll your body up in the inverted posture. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनः कलाजी जाने दोई.
Now, from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture. Now sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch your legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bhastika Kumbhaka, rapidly exhaling from your diaphragm, pushing the air out without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. We're going to perform Bhastika Kumbhaka for the next few asanas, so keep your core engaged and rapidly breathe through your nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे का कसीठा ने.
The next asana is Parighasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind. Hold the opposite shoulders as you keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Keep breathing rapidly as you sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground or bring them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards your chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
पगदली संपुटक हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana too. Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, the knees raised up. Bring your palms down to the ground with the fingers just touching the back of your heels. Lift your hips up high. Press the feet into the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lower your body down flat onto the ground. Keep the palms facing up next to your hips. As you contract the perineal region and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine towards your Sahasrara Chakra in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Relax. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are now going to continue the sequence with the next asana, which is Yathasana Nishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Bring your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and meditating on the flame kindling in your stomach as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथासंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on the knees with the thumbs and index fingers touching. Take a long, deep inhalation and hold your breath. After exhaling, breathe deeply in and out, visualizing Swamiji and performing the Mula Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region and place the right foot over top of the left. Keep your hands facing down on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निबीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतर गुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position as Muktasana. As you switch your gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो तलदशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now maintain the same position as in Siddhasana. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all Tribandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
The next asana is Rudrasana too. Keep your legs in the same position as Siddhi Asana. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण दाखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Now maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to the navel, cupping your palms over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. In this asana, we are going to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which can increase blood pressure. So if you have blood pressure related issues, don't perform this asana. At least pay attention to your body and practice caution. Now set your sankalpa of manifesting through the womb of creation as you maintain the same sitting posture, and then exhale fully as you bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, ring fingers over the eyes, and the thumbs closing the ears.
मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Virasana. Place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch your thumb and index fingers together in Bindu Mudra. Place them on top of the knees as you embody the space and state of bravery. Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now keep the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organs and the toes under the thigh, with the right foot on top of the left, with the toes by the knee. Keep your hands on the knees, thumbs and index fingers touching. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet, sage, and author of Ramayana.
दावा बगगी बगदली पुनि एडी है जोया.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your legs in the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is representing Devi Parashakti and is a representation of the creative energy of the universe.
वामपादगी बगदली जाहि माहिली कोरे.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Keep your feet and hands in the same position as you switch your gaze to the third eye and keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding them with both hands, Bring your knees down towards the ground, gazing to the tip of your nose, visualizing Lord Virata in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Aghorasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth or even higher, if you can, into the nasal tract in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. As you cover your mouth with the right hand, close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, close both nostrils, and then hold your breath. After you exhale through the left nostril, repeat on the other side in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्व कहो विश्रिका चोई वाही विधि जो कीजे सोई.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Bring the feet together in front, with the toes together and the heels apart. Place your elbows onto the heels. As you rest your chin on the palms, gaze to the tip of your nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you perform Rechaka Kumbhaka, fully exhale and hold your breath in the exhaled state as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि जैसे.
Next up is Padasana. Now sit with the knees raised, arms between the thighs and calves, and interlace your fingers as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together and place the toes at the groove of your throat, the heels on your chest. Tuck your chin onto the hands and gaze to the nose, embodying the state and space of a king as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि पगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
The next asana is Uddarasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together. Insert your hands underneath the legs as you hold the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring your feet up to the chest. Bring your head down and touch the chin to the soles as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवो पकदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्त करि उरद हिताने.
Next asana is Vishishtasana. From the same position, raise your feet up even higher. Bring your feet in front of your face with the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो पकदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next asana is Bhujasana. From a seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders as you bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
शिरासनं च विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परम्.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture, raise your legs up and bring your elbows under the knees as you wrap your arms around your back with the palms clasped behind. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोवो हाथ पगों नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. With the left knee on the mat, place the left foot flat on the ground and sit down on the left heel as you bring the right leg over top of the left, heel close to the hip. Visualize yourself as a swan as you perform the Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now slide the heel outside of the hip. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you keep your hands on top of the knees. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडम ऋषिर्न्दगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind your back and hold onto the right thigh. As you place the right hand on the left thigh, twist your body and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and performing the Mula Bandha. Next up is Machandrasana 2. From Machandrasana, untwist and hold onto the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you lean your forehead down so it touches the ground, as you place your chest down on the heels, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha. Now interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana. Now again, sit down on the heel, this time on the right foot. As you keep the top of the foot on the ground and interlace your fingers on top of the other knees, visualizing yourself as a swan. Now slide the heel outside the hip. Place both hands on top of the up knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana on the other side. Next up is Machandrasana on the other side. Bring the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Twist your body. Keep one arm behind your back and hold on to the opposite thighs as you gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next up is Machandrasana 2. Now hold on to the feet as you lean forward and down, bringing your chest towards the heels and your forehead onto the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now place your hands interlaced on the top knee as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana, engaging all three bandhas. The next asana is Pashasana. Now sit with the feet flat on the ground, knees against your chest, with the hands holding onto the opposite knees. Keep your thighs together, spine straight, the tongue pressed against the roof of your mouth in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Bodha Shukrasana. As you keep the feet flat on the mat, wrap your arms around the legs and hold onto the opposite wrists. Place your chin onto the knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself being in an abode of bliss. The next asana is Kudakatasana. Maintain the same position, but place your arms under the knees and hold onto the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose. Keep your tongue pressed up in Kechari Mudra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Maintaining the same hold beneath the knees, bring the right foot over top of the left so the heels cross with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana. The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight with the arms raised straight above your head. Interlace the fingers with the wrists pointed outwards. As you engage all three bandhas, gaze to the nose, Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Mahamudra Bandhan.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
The next asana is Arambhasana. Now sit with your legs straight. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you lean your chest forward and down, bring your head to the knees. Inhale through the left nostril and exhale through the right. Perform Nadi Shodhana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवों पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
The next asana is Bhidokasana. Now sit with the legs straight. Extend the knees slightly up. Bring one hand distance between the heels. As you bring your shoulders down, wrap your hands in and around the legs. Hold the soles of the feet as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दोवों पाव पसारी कछुक ऊर्धको गुरडो डारे.
The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with the heels together. Place your chin on the heels as you insert your hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground along with your fingers, palms facing up. Gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो एड़ी मेली कह दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit with the legs extended, lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, if you can't, bring your leg behind your neck. Focus on the prana flowing up from the Muladhara to the Brahmarandha, through the 9 various points within the body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the middle of the eyebrows, the forehead, and the Brahmarandha, the crown of the head. Now engage the Mula Bandha as you perform Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now lie on your back, lift the right leg behind the neck. The left hand holds the foot from the top. As you straighten your body, concentrate on the prana moving from Muladhara to Brahmarandha. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as infinite, endless, or eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Concentrate on the prana flowing up as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Drushasana. Lie down on the back as you bring your knees to the chest. Encircle your thighs and calves with your arms as you rock your body from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्भ.
Now bring the other leg behind your neck. Repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Again, if you can't bring your leg behind your neck, just pull it up as high as you can and then lean forward. Hold on to the foot.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now with the leg still behind your back, straighten your body, lay on your back, hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as being endless.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto your elbow and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवाजां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidra. As you lie on your back, lift your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and focus on the upward flowing prana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmadhammasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around the legs and interlace your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधो सोवे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, bring your knees to the chest with the soles facing up and extend your arms out sideways. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हाथ सीधा सा करे 300 उभय से पा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Let us first enter a neutral position, which is laying on your back with the knees to your chest and the arms reaching out to the sides at shoulder level. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha and focus on the upward flowing prana in Pratyahara Kumbhaka. As you perform the first step, which is bringing one knee to the side onto the ground while extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees bent to the side. Straighten both knees to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Now come back to the neutral position, arms extended out to the sides and the knees pulled to your chest. As you drop the other knee towards the ground, extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees to the side and extend both knees to the side, gazing in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is the Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold onto your ankles and lift your hips up, gazing to the nose and visualizing yourself as sturdy as a bridge. As you start breathing in the Murcha Kumbhaka, as you keep the Jalandhara Bandha engaged while exhaling, force the air out through the throat lock gently. This will bring about a state of swooning in the yogi. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Palyankasana. Laying on your back with the feet flat on the mat, bring your arms over your head and place your hands flat on the mat as well, with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift your entire body up off the ground as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Shvatanasana. Lay on your back with the knees to your chest. With the hands on the respective shoulders, move your hips in a circular motion and visualize that you're a dog playfully laying on its back. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
छवत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभवानीय.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Lie supine, raise your hips and legs up as you extend your hands down on the mat below, helping you balance your body as your legs are raised up. Move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयम्.
Next up is the Viparita Karani 2. Now stop the movement of your legs. Keep them pointing up straight as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Next up is Langalasana. As you lay on your back, lift your hips and take your feet over the head with the toes on the floor. Stretch your hands out on the ground behind your back. Clasp your palms, rest on your neck and shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a plow, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
दिवा कंटेन भूमिं विष्टंभा पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नयेत्.
The next asana is Sajita Paschimottanasana. As you lie on your back in the same position, bring your hands to the feet. Pull your thighs to the chest and hold on to the toes as you keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Visualize Paramashiva as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Maintaining the same position, bring your hip over top of the shoulder level and open your legs wide apart. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
परिवृत्ति कोक्ष भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now bring your legs over top of your head, toes on the ground, hold onto the ankles of the feet, and roll onto your back, keeping your legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel, as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. As you lay on your back with the legs vertical, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and then open your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Supta Padangushtasana. Now, hold onto the big toes and join your feet together above your body, keeping your legs straight and your arms straight as well. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Matsyasana. From Supta Padangushtasana, move your legs into Padmasana and lay on your back, holding onto the opposite elbows over your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu. Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशैलं चरेत्.
The next asana is Parasharamasana. Laying on your back with the legs in Padmasana, place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm. Gaze to the nose and visualize Rama in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
The next asana is Sarvangasana. While laying on your back, legs in Padmasana, lift your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the hips, supporting you with the elbows on the floor. As you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vishuddhi. As you lay on your back, one foot on the opposite thigh, lift the other knee towards your head, extend both arms up above your head, and hook the fingers forward, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishapadakshipasana. Now lay on your back and interlace your fingers around the neck. As you lift both feet off the ground,
extending one leg straight and the other knee pulled to the chest. Alternate extending and raising the knee again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and breathing calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Marottanasana. Lay on your back and lift your legs one by one up, touching the knees to your ears as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
शोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. While laying on your back, place the sole of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up and then sit back down, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
अथ उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Luthasana. Lay on your back and quickly throw your legs up above your head. Completely roll over. Repeat this again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Finish in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
As you lay flat on your belly with the toes extended and the hands on the ground by your shoulders, contract your lips and make the sound of a flute, whistling while inhaling in Saladhasana Pranayama. Visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
युज्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Dehalyolanganasana. Now push your body up into Tadakshvasana, the plank position, as you jump your legs forward and back between the arms again and again. Visualize yourself go beyond the body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीज्य.
The next asana is Jatyasana. From a standing position, bend forward and place your hands on the mat, walking back and forth as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Luritika Karana. Stand with your knees bent, feet pointing outwards, and bend your elbows. Keep your hands at the chest level. Swiftly move your arms across your body and then bring them back to the center. Tilt your head back, open up your chest towards the sky, and move your head in all directions. The next asana is Sarapasana. As you tie your feet with a rope, stand erect like a rod. Keep your arms at the side of your body with the hands touching your thighs. Visualize that your Kundalini, Devi, is raising and curling upwards around your body. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine. Contract the perineal region. Force the Kundalini Shakti up. As you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasadhanasana. While standing, place all fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands. Keep your feet on the fists as you begin to move and walk like a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel as you walk around on the mat.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Ashvasana. Maintain the same position. Walk around on the hands as you visualize yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand straight with the feet together, interlace your hands behind your back in Padusha Mudra. Pull them down towards your calves as you open up your chest widely. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय.
Next up is the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Stand tall with the palms together in Namaskara Mudra as you gently bend your knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously, open up the palms and raise one heel off the ground as you slightly lower the waist and shoulder of the respective heel, bowing to both sides. As you visualize, you're holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next asana is Khadgasana. As you lay down on your stomach, jump your feet up towards your hands and stand. As you bring the palms together, forming the horn of the rhinoceros in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to the nose.
लुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिम् अवष्टभ्य.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Now sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground and stand back up. Do this again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Musalasana. Now stand up straight, raise your arms up over your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
The next asana is Utshesakasana. From a standing position, pull the sole of the foot towards your chest, while with the other leg sit down and stand back up. Alternate on both sides as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Next up is the Parshvajanukarana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arms holding the knee with a hand in a fist as you place the other hand on top of the respective thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you stand on one leg with the opposite leg extended forward. Lower your body down to the mat and then stand back up straight.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place one foot onto the opposite thigh as you stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands by the sides, visualizing yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana 3. Stand tall and wrap the left leg over and around the right knee as you tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bring the palms together in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहिस्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now bring the leg to the other thigh as you keep the hands hanging down by the sides towards the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Stand on the right leg and hold onto the big toes of the left foot as you straighten the left leg out to the side and visualize yourself as the North Pole star as you rotate on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Stand on the right leg and lift the left foot behind your neck if you can. Then stand tall. Otherwise, you can pull the leg towards your chest. Then alternate standing and sitting. Perform the 3 steps of Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यम्.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you repeat Tandavasana on the other side.
पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
And repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side.
नगुर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now bring your foot to the opposite hip with the hands hanging down as you repeat Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold on to the opposite foot, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra as you rotate your body on the mat, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Bring the other leg behind your neck if you can. Sit down and stand back up while visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is the Samanaka Karana. Stand with the feet close together, toes pointed slightly out. Keep both hands to the sides of your body as you stand straight on the mat and relax. After this intense asana practice, this intense sequence, breathe deeply as we enter into the final 100 asanas of the sequence. The next asana is Ugora Kajali Asana. Stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock in Padusha Mudra as you sit in a squatting posture, and then let the finger lock touch your navel. Visualize Sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, forcefully moving the retained prana up and down within your body and throughout your limbs, along with the mind. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम ही उभो होए बाहुरी नीचो पुनि होवे.
The next asana is Kanchirasana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and calves and then wrap them around behind your butt, interlacing your fingers behind your back. Keep your chest upright. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेशय नितम्बं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Bhairu Asana. Now bring your feet together and sit in a squatting posture with the heels touching the perineum. Hold the hands at the back. In Parusha Mudra, sit upright and gaze to your navel, visualizing Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली को मिलाई.
Next up is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to your head and join your palms behind your back with fingers pointing down. Gaze to the nose and visualize a boar, which is one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu.
पागदली की माहिली को मिलाई फना पानी उकड़बई से.
The next asana is Pripitasana. With the heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let your hands hang down. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
पार्श्वद्वयं मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat, fingers wide, and place your knees onto the back of your arms with the eyes forward. Lean forward and down, lifting your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्याम.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now kneel down, head on the ground with the palms spread for support. Raise your body on your head and place your legs into Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
The next asana is Guptasana. Lower your body down onto the mat and sit in a kneeling position. Keep your toes touching behind and sit in between the heels. As you place your hands on the knees, sit straight and gaze to the nose as you visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
ध्यानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. This is another inverted posture. So if you have any blood pressure related issues, please take precautions. If you need aid in performing this asana, if you have a partner available, they can aid you. Otherwise, you can use a wall for support. You can walk the wall up and down. This is a progression where you can increase your arm strength and finally be able to perform this asana yourself. Now, place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and lift your body up straight into a handstand. Visualize you're a tree with deep roots into the ground as you breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाद्य वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. Move your hands closer together and again enter the handstand posture. Visualize Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye. As you gaze up to your third eye, the Tejas energy will rejuvenate your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana too. Now visualize yourself as a fish as you enter a plank position. Lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you engage the Mula Bandha.
दिव्यं शयनं कूर्परो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Next up is Sarpasana too. Lie prone on your belly with the hands on the hips and lift your chest to the left and right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
दिव्यं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Nidalambanasana. Lay prone on your belly with the hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, holding onto the chin. Keep the toes pointing backwards, feet together, as you feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां भङ्गजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Straighten your arms and bend your knees. Bring the feet towards the upper back and lift your head and chest up, visualizing yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्तदलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on the knees with the tops of the feet flat on the mat. Bring your butt onto the heels. Stretch your arms out in front and place the palms facing down as you bring your forehead to the mat. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next asana is Meshasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and raise your hips up high into Gajasana. Then alternate striking the ground with your hands as you experience yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, lift your legs up into the air and slowly bring your forehead to the ground. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयम् अन्तराले कृत्य.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. As you sit on your heels with the legs together, interlace your fingers around the toes, pull the feet towards your perineum, and then place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो भणा शरामोडी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Interlace your fingers in front of your body and then behind you, stretching your arms forward to the sides and backwards as you give massage to various different joints and muscles within your body. Visualize Swamiji as you do so.
हस्तयोः अंगुले बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमंगं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana as you turn your feet out to the sides. Keep your thighs and knees resting on the ground. Keep your spine straight, hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जंगोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुनाम्.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, the toes pointing backwards, the knees wide, with the hands below the ankles. Keep the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now sit with the knees wide, the feet overlapping on top of your ankles. Keep your hands underneath the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as a frog as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं संपीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. As you keep your toes on the mat with the heels up and together, place your perineum on top of the heels. Keep your palms on the ground with the fingers spread wide apart, thumbs touching the base of the hand, touching the toes. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully. Visualize Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Vishuddhakasana. Sit on the toes and place your perineum on the heels as you separate your knees and place them on the ground. Make a hollow of your palms and place it on your mouth. Keep your thumbs under the teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishuddhaka Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you might have. The next asana is Makadasana. Now bring the soles together at the top of the feet on the ground. As you sit on the heels, bend your elbows, bring your fingers to the armpits, and imitate as if you were a monkey stretching itself. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey as you gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Vajrasangarasana. Stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together. Sit on the heels, keep your knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha, your spiritual community. The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on the heels. Place your palms on the mat to the sides as you gaze to the nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. The next asana is Kurmasana, the turtle posture. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Keep your knees wide and on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. The next asana is Yogasana. With the toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुदम नियम्य गुल्फाभ्याम जानवंगे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees, cross your ankles behind, with the feet near the opposite knee. Hold the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru.
गोड़ा वामो उभय होई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
The next asana is Ushtrasana 2. In a kneeling position, bend backwards, hold your ankles with your hands and keep your arms straight. Push your hips forward and tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादय शिष्पुमान.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. With the heels together and the hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring the elbows down to the mat, followed by the back of your head. Gaze to the nose and experience yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारी तो हृदय.
Next up is Virattasana. Sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground. Then rise back up. Do this again and again as you visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body. Gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next asana is Kapotasana. From Virattasana, raise your hips higher. Bring your forearms to the mat and hold the back of the heels. As you bring your head in between the feet, visualize yourself as a beautiful dove and perform the Mula Bandha.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादय शिष्पुमान.
The next asana is Vadasana. Now stand upright on the knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with opposite hands and gaze to the nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Vadahasana 2. Keep your knees together, toes tucked behind. Lean forward as you bring the elbows to the mat. With your hands holding the head, rest your buttocks on the heels and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar incarnation of Mahavishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
The next asana is Mundasana. This is another inverted posture. Use a wall for support if needed. Now kneel down, place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Interlace your fingers and place your head onto the mat, supporting it with both hands. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with the shoulders and then raise your legs straight up. Be stable. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a lopped tree as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Mundasana.
अधो मुंडासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next asana is Andhasana. In a kneeling position, place your head in between the knees and the elbows outside of the knees. Hold your head with both hands, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe through your mouth and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम भगदली समठारावे कोरमा हिली उभे मिलावे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. As you lie on your belly with the arms extended straight out, lift your thighs, arms, and chest off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust and perform the Mula Bandha.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Lie on your belly with the arms at the side, palms facing down. Keep your forehead on the ground and keep your chest on the mat as you lift your legs up together. Visualize yourself as a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands by the sides and lift your legs up over your head. As you slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head, keep the palms flat on the mat behind, visualizing yourself as a free and open dove. As you breathe in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
The next asana is Chatakasana. As you sit on your knees, bring the chest down so the navel touches the knees and keep your hands and elbows flat on the ground. Be sturdy. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as you perform the Mula Bandha.
गुरुपरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is a Vrishchikasana too. Now kneel down, keep your hands and elbows on the mat. As you raise your legs, bend your back to touch the feet onto your head. Lift your chin and hold as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Now place the perineum down on the right heel as you keep the left foot outside of the hip with the toes pointing outwards. Now visualize yourself as a bull as you start breathing in the Antarangaka Kumbhaka, forcefully inhaling through your nose, holding the breath for a short while and then exhaling slowly.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
The next asana is Lulasana. From the kneeling position, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Lift your knees off the ground and cross the toes over the left. The left toes over the right as you balance above the mat and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now directly place your perineum down on the other heel as you repeat Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the left toes on the ground and sit on the heel of the left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised against the chest. Keep your palms on the respective knees as you maintain an upright position. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Squat with the feet flat on the mat. As you bring your elbows under the thighs, wrap your hands around the shins and hold onto your ankles from the outside. Visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये हस्तगुरुपरौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. You can use weights to intensify this asana. As you squat on your toes with the heels up, the knees off the mat, place your perineum onto the heels and your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
विजास्पिजोस्येत ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana too. Now sit on the toes with the perineum on the heels, the soles of the feet together. Keep the knees wide and off the ground as you hold the opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze forward as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम प्राणापानी होए जैसे दो एडिकुदा निवैसे.
The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with the feet hip-width apart, with the hands under the soles of the feet from the inside, palms facing down. Keep your arms straight, elbows at the navel, and gaze to the nose. As you visualize, you are able to consume and live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने, कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back of your hands on the mat with the fingers facing towards your body. Step the feet on top of the hands with your hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe. Start walking around on your mat as you visualize you're wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा
Next up is Kukkuttanasana. Now place your palms on the mat, raise both feet upwards into the air, and let them fall back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the mat and raise your legs upwards into a handstand. As you move around on two hands dancing, feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one palm down on the mat with the arm straight. Bring the opposite arm towards your head. Be stable. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
अथ पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next asana is Kadambasana. Sit on the ground with your feet flat and the heels close to your body. Hold the respective ankles with your hands as you lift your feet off the ground and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhavana Muktasana. Now sit with the heels at the perineum, hold the knees with your hands and press them towards your chest. Visualize any excess water being released or balanced within your system as you perform the Mula Bandha.
स्तुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind your head as you place both hands flat on the mat. Extend the opposite leg up with the knee straight as you lift your entire body up off the ground. Keep your chin up, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं च दुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Dhanurasana too. As you sit on the ground, hold the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you keep one leg straight and pull the other foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a ball.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder and bring the right foot across. Hook it over the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the side. Lift up your head and chest, find balance and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground as you have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Press the right knee down with the right hand as you gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshva Now keep one leg bent on the ground with a foot at the opposite hip and bring the other leg over top as you twist your body around the raised knee and interlace your hands below the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage and yogi Nithyananda, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Now sit and lift the other leg behind your neck, keeping your hands at the side and raising your whole body up with the other leg extended, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side, holding the big toes of both feet in Prana Mudra as you pull the opposite foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठोदपाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Now lift the right leg over top of the right shoulder, cross the left foot over the right, and extend the legs out to the side, balancing as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
आशिष्टमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring the other foot over top, shoulder underneath, push the knee down and place the other one on the ground as you visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshva on the other side, bringing one heel to the opposite hip, the other leg over top of the knee as you twist your body around and bring your hands underneath and interlace the fingers behind your back, twisting your body even further, gazing up to your third eye and visualizing Matsyendranath.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you keep one leg straight and press the perineum with one heel, lean your chest forward and down, hold onto the front foot and bring your head towards the knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kranchasana. Now place your left ankle outside of the hip, hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards your forehead. Keep the knees straight. Visualize yourself as a crane as you engage the Mula Bandha.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side, keeping the opposite heel against the perineum, leaning forward and down. Perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, moving the prana up and down within your body.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kranchasana on the other side. As you bring the other heel outside of the hip, extend the opposite leg up, holding the foot with the knee straight, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit with the soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, the palms resting on the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity as you visualize a swastika.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. As you keep your feet in the same position, cover your heels with the respective hands. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing the great sage Goraknath as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum and the right foot on the left thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one. As you gaze to your third eye, perform the Mula Bandha and re-enter the Shanmukhi Mudra once more. As you exhale, close your eyes with the index fingers, nose with the middle fingers, mouth with ring and little fingers, the ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्व गुदौ संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रि वामजगने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you keep your feet on top of the opposite knees, place your hands on the ground beside your body with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start breathing in Kakachantra Kumbhaka, rolling up the tongue and keeping your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. As you inhale through the rolled up tongue, cooling down your body.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्य परिजानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands next to your body and push your body off the mat, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting your body up. Stay seated in this position as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्त दो गोकोडासन धरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. From Padmasana, lift your body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूरोनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, place your hands between the thighs and calves. Lean forward and while sitting, reach your hands behind your body in Parasha Mudra. As you bring your forehead to the floor, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bowl.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन दिमाही करी धरे.
The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Sitting in Padmasana, lift your knees and insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you bend your elbows and hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands, visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाईजंग पर दक्षिण बावा दाईजंग पर बाईं ल्यावा.
The next asana is Granthi Bedasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. Bend your elbows, hold the respective shoulders, tuck your chin to the chest. Gaze at the nose and rejoice, knowing you're in Shiva's secret knot posture.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठाकृतिभेदासनं शुभम्.
The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you roll onto your back, hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands and gaze to the nose, embodying a turtle laying on its back.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Next up is Pangukukutasana. From Padmasana, place both hands through the gap of the thighs and calves. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up off the mat, balancing on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster and perform the Mula Bandha.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य प्रतिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Lift your body up onto the other hand as you repeat Pangukukutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा
The next asana is Gridrasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes, interlace your fingers, and rest your chin on the knuckles. Keep your thumbs pressed to the throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. From Padmasana, hold one hand over the other with the palms facing upwards. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. All three bandhas engaged.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. From Padmasana, place your palms on top of the knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. From Padmasana, keep the left hand on the left knee and hook the right hand around the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you pull your elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring, moving the big toe in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you repeat the movement on the other side as well.
वक्षे योगपूरक रक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
आसनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Dridhasana. Now maintain Karmakasana 3. Lift your chest up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing that you are the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagadasana. From Karmakasana 3, with your arms behind your back, roll onto your back. Hold on to the big toes if you can. Otherwise, lay on your arms in Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a snake.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोटाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. As you lie on your back, bend your knees with the feet off the ground. Embrace your knees to the chest with the head touching the knees. Roll your body up into a ball as you breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पित्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Pavanasana. Lay on your back with the knees raised together, feet flat on the ground. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनग्राभे गोडा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. Lie on your back and bend your knees as you keep your feet flat on the mat and place the upturned palms underneath your heels. Lift your hips up as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. Perform the Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shiki Pitakasana. Lie supine and raise your hips up. Support your hips with your hands, placed at the waist, as your elbows bear the weight of your body. Press your chin to the throat, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशी पीठकम्.
Next up is Nadakasana. As you lie supine, raise your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support if needed, but then place your elbows and hands flat on the mat below. Balance. as you visualize traversing Naraka, hell unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Next up is Tiryanokasana. From Narakasana, bring your hands to the lower back and keep your elbows on the mat. Raise your legs up vertically and slowly lower and angle them down, keeping your core engaged. Visualize your abode crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नजेत्.
The next asana is Dvajasana. Now bring your arms back flat on the mat. Keep your legs straight as a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations.
नौकावत् ग्रीवा पृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now gently lower your body down to the mat as you lie supine. Contract the perineal region and pull the Kundalini Shakti up your spine, performing the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Bring it up to the Brahmarandha. As you completely relax, unclutch from any micro movements of your body and mind, visualize your body as dead, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start wiggling your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Raise your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hands, rocking your body from side to side. As you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations for completing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With this, let us conclude the Nithyananda Yoga session. As you sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, place your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji, and chant the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
Nithyananda, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had
Yes, Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. We welcome you all for the day 5 program of the Paramashivoham Level 2. After this heavy yoga of 3 hours of continuous DVK, Vishuddhi Chakra. Now let us enter into the power manifestation. The day begins with power manifestation. Yes. So I welcome all the participants in the day 5. Now, after the intense yoga, it is advised to have power manifestation because that will become your biomemory. and muscle memory. So I request all the participants to blindfold yourself. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine. Before entering to the power manifestation, let's have this Shastra Pramana, the spiritual reference to manifest the power of third eye. So let us enter into the Shastra Pramana.
Kapalantarmano nistya Tishtam militalochanaha Kramena manaso dhadyat Lakshayet lakshamuttamam.
The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam. By having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So let us enter into the power manifestation of third eye. I request all the participants to blindfold yourself. Close your two physical eyes. You'll be seeing through the third eye. So chant the Mahavakya intensely. Be in the space of oneness. From the space of oneness, request Swamiji to reveal whatever is being projected through the third eye. I request all the participants to sit straight with your head, neck, and spine straight line. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely as we enter into the power manifestation. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes. Now, I request all the participants slowly open your eyes with deep gratitude and surrender. Whatever Swamiji revealed through the third eye, you can put it in the chat. I request all the participants. Whatever Swamiji revealed through the third eye, you can put it in the chat so that we can help you in the power manifestation. I see several participants not switched on your camera. Please switch on your camera. And who are watching in YouTube also, go ahead and you're following the program in YouTube, please go ahead and put your hands off the list. This can be powerful cognition or a click or an image or a yes, now we're going to project the image. Yes, it's Mother Meenakshi. in a beautiful decoration. If you have seen this deity, the Mother Meenakshi, you can put it in the chat, or a parrot, or a green color, or any other colors, or flowers, or jewels, you can put it in the chat. Yes, now let's enter into the next session. Today we will be working on Vak Shakti. The whole day we'll be working on Vak Shakti, initiation to develop Vedic mind. Today we'll have Mahasadashivamurti Darshan. And the whole session will be working on Vak Shakti. Listening into your own listening. Yes, I request all the participants to get your book and pen. Just grab water, book and pen so that you don't move here and there. I request all the participants to participate sincerely. This will help you in manifesting powers. So first session will be looking on speaking into your listening. So how often does this happen to you? Means speaking into your listening. If you are unable to train yourself, knowing something is good but not following it, knowing something is wrong and continuously doing it. When you are not able to speak into your listening, you will not have any respect for your thinking. Understand? When you are not able to speak into your listening, you have no respect for your thinking. How much you respect your thinking, that much only you will be successful in your life. Many times you will see that there will be saying something in your mind and you will go opposite to that. So you are not respecting to your listening. How much you respect your thinking, that much only you'll be successful in your life. For an example, Swamiji, I know this is right, but I'm not able to do why, when, what to do. All this will take because you are not able to speak into your listening. When you speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into the other's listening. That is where it plays a major role. First, you have to start into your listening. Then you'll be able to know to speak into other. Speaking into your listening, you'll be more and more advaitic, authentic. Speaking into others' listening, you'll become more and more expansive. Speaking into your listening and others' listening is a simultaneous process. Understand? Speaking into your listening and others' listening, simultaneous process, not part by part. It's a simultaneous process. Both should happen from powerful, complete space. Understand? This both should happen with complete, powerful space. Then there will not be boredom, tiredness when you speak into your listening. Listening to you is the first step in spirituality. Understand? Listening to you is the first step in spirituality. Now, Whenever somebody is not listening outside, they are extension of you. They are not external, they are intra-external. I mean, inside you, if you have the same feeling of you not listening into yourself, you will project it outside also. When you tell somebody, that person won't listen to you. Nobody is external. Everybody is only extension. So when you provide authentic listening to others, you will learn the art of providing authentic listening to yourself. Yes, recently, Supreme said, all these patterns, whichever you are affected by, it is fed by the society. So when you provide authentic listening to others, then you will be able to provide authentic listening to yours. When you break the patterns of society, you'll be able to break your pattern inside. Now let us contemplate on this speaking into listening.
So, how often does this happen to you? Just contemplate on this. How often this happened to you? You are unable to try yourself. Knowing something is good, but not following it, and knowing something is wrong and continuously doing it. Will you some time please spend on how often does this happen to you? Knowing something is good, but not following it. Knowing something is bad, then but continuously doing it.
Yes. Now, after we understood about the speaking into listening, now let us enter into the intra-guided exercise, which is directly by Supreme Audio Hinduism, who is going to take us to more and more deeper truths for us to internalize and understand how the speaking into your listening and others listening to manifest that in our life. Please be seated with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line.
Have your book and paper so that whatever powerful cognition revealed by Swamiji, you can put it. This will help you in manifesting your reality. So now let's enter into the intra section guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Please sit straight.
Listen, today I am going to teach you a very important method called speaking into your listening. Please listen. Listen to these words. Speaking into your own listening. Many times people tell me, Swamiji, I know this is the right path, but I am not able to do. Why? What to do? Addictions. Unable to train yourself. Knowing something is right and not doing it. Knowing something is wrong and continue to do it. All this is because you are not able to speak into your listening. Means even you are not listening what you are saying. Am I right? Even you are not listening what you are planning. Even you don't have respect for your thinking. Then who will respect your thinking? How much your thinking is respected, that much you will be successful in your life. That's all. Understand? When you learn to speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Today I am going to teach you both. Speaking into others' listening, speaking into your listening. When you speak into your listening, you will become more and more Advaitic, authentic. When you speak into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive. How many of you understand what I am saying? See, life is all about speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. It is not just because I am in the speaking profession. Whatever may be your profession, it is nothing but speaking into yours listening, speaking into others' listening. Whether your family, love, life, friends, partners, business, team, wherever. Life is nothing but speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Am I right? I have seen two doctors passing out from the same college. After 10 years, one is the owner of chain of hospitals. The another one is sitting in the same old village and reading the same old Hindu newspaper with that big glass, having patients come to remove the teeth for 5 rupee, injection 7 rupee. Same. Same profession, if you are not able to speak into others listening, how you practice, if you are able to speak into others listening, the way you practice is totally different. How many of you understand what I am saying? So today, practicing to live, practicing our ability to speak into your listening and others listening. What do you think as the ultimate reality in your life? Can anyone shout out? Just shout out from there. Enlightenment, bliss. I can say bliss is the utility word of enlightenment experience. Enlightenment is bliss is like applied science. Enlightenment is original science. Pure science. Speaking into your listening, speaking into others listening. Now you all said, the ultimate reality is enlightenment. Today let us take few minutes. You pen down, listen. First pen down few ways how you are going to convince you, speak into your listening that enlightenment is the ultimate reality and how to make that as a lifestyle. Listen, first listen. Pen down something to speak into your listening. And second part, pen down how you are going to speak into the listening of your whole group and make them understand this is the ultimate reality. A small homework exercise. Then I will lead you to the main process. Just a small process. Understand? Listen. First, pen down few thoughts. It can be 1 page, 2 page. How you are going to speak into your listening. This is the ultimate reality I want to achieve. Second page, how you are going to speak into the group's listening. Make everyone in the group understand that this is the ultimate reality. You should be able to face their questions and get shaken. Why people are afraid of questions, They are afraid before they convince the other person, the questioner may convince them. When you are not sure about your position, you are afraid of questions. Few minutes, shall we do this homework? Listen, this will really help you to raise your authenticity and the space of Advaita. It will help you in a big way. So the first question, how you are going to speak into your own listening and make you understand about the ultimate reality is enlightenment. It is required for you. How to achieve it, all that. And how you are going to speak into the listening of the group, teamily. Make them understand it is the ultimate reality for them. So each question at least answer in one full page. Today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life, because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. Today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life, because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. Please understand few basic things about communication. This is one of the thing which you do in your whole life but never get trained. Many things you do only little, few minutes, few hours in your life, you get trained for that. For example, eating. From the childhood, you get trained, and almost in India, each family, one person is wasted on it. Cooking. No, that is one of the biggest problem we have. We Indians need a separate person dedicated to keep that furnace alive continuously. Eating. Of course, seeing does not need any training. Listening does not need any training unless the spiritual listening. The simple listening does not need any training. Of course, the touch. You guys have too much training. Even though whole day is not spent in that, but too much training. But the speaking, even though your whole life is dependent on it, whether you make your life or break your life, it is all in your tongue. I can say this whole Sangha stands on the 2-inch tongue. Not only for me, for every one of you, whatever may be the profession you are in, whether you are a lawyer or engineer or a doctor or a teacher or in a clerk or in a profession where you think you don't need to even open your mouth, you just need to put your head on the computer and work, even then your talking plays a major role about who you are going to become outside you and inside you. How many of you understand this one idea? I'll give you an example. Any of you think, no, in my lifestyle, my profession, talking is not at all a part? Can you raise your hand? So, see, all of you understand. Such a vital part. Unfortunately, we never had a training. Maybe few of you would have had 1 or 2 corporate trainings where that fool himself will not know what is communication. One guy came to me and said, Swamiji, bless me for wealth. I said, Tathastu, I'll create the space for you. Suddenly, after a month or maybe few months after that, he comes with so much of jewels and a car and he became rich. I asked him, what is the secret? How did you get? I know I have created a space, but how it has become reality, tell me. Means what method it became reality? He said, Lakshmi Yantra, Swamiji. I said, who gave you that yantra? No, I started giving to others. I started giving to others. Please understand, I am defining. Listen. Communication is ability to transmit the same visualization you carry into others' inner space and create the impact as you want. Understand? I am defining communication. Transmitting the same visualization which you hold in your inner space and create the impact you want. If you listen to the satsang or when I describe some stories, you will see literally you don't need to struggle to visualize. Whether the small dog was there in the scene or the pillar was there, I'll put the visualization. You just need to sit there. Transmitting that whole visualization. Before entering into the communication session, I wanted you to unclutch from the word unclutching. Listen. Now I wanted to tell you all one important thing. All these last few days, your unclutching is not a complete unclutching. You are unclutching using the word unclutching. It means, Ramana Maharshi gives a beautiful example. When you burn a dead body, you use a stick to beat and push the body into that, unless you get a fire for somebody's cigarette smoking. You are expected to put all parts of the body into that fire and burn. After you burn the body, that stick also will be thrown into the same fire and burnt. So this unclutching is the stick now you are using to burn all incompletions. Now you have to throw that unclutching also into that fire and be complete with it. That is why many times, even the moment you think of unclutching, you have incompletion, you will be failure, you can't do. Even the idea unclutching gets associated with your incompletions. How many of you have felt it? Oh, unclutching, oh, boring once more. No. Now we will have to complete even with that. Even that idea of unclutching, you have to unclutch without the word unclutching. Only then I can initiate you into communication. See, communication can happen from a space where even incompletion about unclutching doesn't exist. When you use a sword and fight, naturally the sword gets dirty by being bloody, by the touch of the blood. Same way, when you use the unclutching sword and complete many of your incompletions, that gets dirty. Even that has to be completed. Listen. Now listen to the instruction. Without even using the word unclutching. See, when you sit, some thought will come. You will say first, unclutch. Then 2 seconds maybe, there won't be any thought. Then again some other thought will come. Then again unclutch. Again some other incompletion will come. Again unclutch. After a few seconds, there will not be any incompletion other than this unclutch idea. Unclutch from that also. Means increasing the gap between one thought and the other thought. All of you understand? Please listen. Are you all listening? Listen. First, the word unclutch. Unclutch. First you use the word, then just internal remembrance, then that's it. Just the mood unclutching. Understand? First you use the word unclutching to unclutch, then slowly, not even the word, just remembrance. Then just the mood unclutching. Again, if you are pulled out of your inner space and you go around in the incompletions, when you come back, unclutch. How many of you understand what I am saying? Unclutching using the word, then idea of unclutching, then just mood. Our question is, dear Swamiji, as you say, facing fear is the only way to go beyond any fear. Kindly correlate practicing 4 tattvas and living without fear of any sort from now on. For example, from fear of public speaking going up to fear of death. You think public speaking is such a small fear? Aruna, you are wrong. Fear of public speaking is nothing but fear of losing your image, which is much worse than fear of death. At least after death, you know, I don't need to face these fellows. Nobody is going to come back and ask you, why did you die such a bad way? You could have died a little more gracefully. No, nobody is going to ask you. But everybody is going to ask you, why did you blabber your mouth so much? Why did you open your mouth and lose the little respect you had? Everybody is going to ask you. So fear of public speaking is much more than fear of death. Getting it? The statistics are right when they say fear of public speaking is the largest fear than fear of death. Fear of death comes only as second. The survey reports. Understand, listen. When you face certain fear, I'll give you one example. For example, fear of losing all your wealth. When you face that fear, you don't need to start believing you will lose one day, but you will face it. Listen. Usually what you do, in the name of facing the fear, you say, all right, now I lost it, what can be done? Let me face. Then what happens? One part of you confirms you are going to lose all the wealth, and then it will say, no, how can you live? How can you live? What is this? Why are you thinking all this? Listen. How many of you understand what I am saying? So now you are caught between whether to accept you are going to lose the wealth one day, or just to hide and suppress. No, I am not going to lose. I am not going to lose. I am not going to lose. If you say you are not going to lose, your heart is not going to believe. If you say, yes, I am going to lose, now what to do? Again, see, you are powerless now, what to do? What is the way to save yourself? Your mind somehow keeps you in the rut. Listen. You don't need to believe you are going to lose the wealth. And you don't need to have the fear. What will you do if you lose the wealth? Understand? I am giving you one more example. Let me expand. First, when you have the fear of losing the wealth, go to the root when this fear started and complete with that root. Neither deny the fear nor say yes to the fear. Understand? When you have the fear, if I lose all my wealth, what will happen? Don't deny, no, I am never going to lose my wealth. No, don't tell that within you. And don't say, yes, I am going to lose the wealth, what can I do? Don't say that. Neither say yes nor say no to that fear. Go to the root of the fear and complete with it. How many of you are getting it? So how many of you are struggling saying yes or no to that fear? Whether you say yes or no, you are caught. Listen, I'll give you one more example. You went and did some crime. Now you are afraid, you may be imprisoned. If you say you are not going to be imprisoned, your heart is not going to believe. If it happens, what to do? If you say, all right, if you are imprisoned, it's okay, you say, I'll face it. Then again, oh no, you see, you are so powerless, your life is gone. What will happen to this? What will happen to that? What will happen to wife? What will happen to child? What will happen to your life? You are in depression. How many of you struggle with the saying yes or no? Both leads to struggle. Saying yes or no both leads to powerlessness. Raise your hand. That is why I am telling you, fear is the most cunning guy. Whether you say yes or no, you are in mess. Don't say yes or no. Go to the root and complete. From where you start, come on, tell me that. Ask the fear, from where you start, come on, tell me that. Who are you? Who is your father? In India, we have the habit, in villages especially. For anything, they will first thing ask, who is your father? You are from which family? I tell you, the whole India, all of you need to know, with such a less police power, such a small land order infrastructure, India is the lowest crime rate in the whole world. Do you know that? Lowest crime rate. Reported, unreported, both. Lowest crime rate. Why you know? Not because of police and law and order infrastructure. It is just this one idea. Who is your family? Hey, they will blame my family. They will blame my father. From which family you are? This is the first question they will ask. Even if you go to school late, the school teachers will ask, Yaar payandani? Are, who is my father? How is it going to affect me coming late to school a day? For everything, family will be held as responsible. So just that one pattern only keeps the whole India crime free, or lowest crime. Understand, whenever you need to face the fear, when I say face the fear, I don't mean accept the fear. No. Find the root of the fear and face it. Complete with it. Even when I lead you into the death process, I am not making you accept what will happen to death. What will happen after death, let me accept. No. I am only guiding you into the root of death fear and completing it. Now study the whole death meditation. What answer do you get? Do you get any answer for what will happen after death? No. I am not interested in giving you the answer for what will happen after death. I am only interested in from where this fear started, leading you there and completing it. So, the fear of public speaking. Don't say you will be failure in the public speaking and you will lose your face. Don't say you will never be failure, you will be successful. Just go to the root when that fear of public speaking started. When that started. This one thing I can never understand in my life is, what do they mean by fear of public speaking? Once I asked one fellow, you should receive enlightenment. When are you going to receive? He said, tell me Swamiji, which shop it is available, I will go and receive. Like he can't understand What is enlightenment? Same way, I can't understand the meaning of the word fear of public speaking. Because my first public lecture was delivered at the age of 10. When I was 10, I spoke on Patanjali Yoga Sutras. And now 35, last 25 years, I am continuing to be in the public, and only last 10 years we started video recording the satsangs, but otherwise my public life is 25 years. Fear of public speaking is nothing but fear of talking to yourself. First, bring integrity with what the word you utter to you. Then you will understand the fear of public speaking will disappear. It will disappear. Please understand, let your every decision, every moment, every action, every moment, every word, every moment be aligned to what you authentically listened and what you authentically internalized. Removing the gap between your internalized great truths and your living. Please understand. Sometimes people ask me, why are you so active, so workaholic? Practically 20 hours a day working, Swamiji. Once for all, I wanted to answer this question. I cannot be in any other way. If you authentically listened, if you have done shravana, listening authentically, manana, internalizing authentically, you will be radiating authentically. Nothing can be done about it. When the shravana, listening, and manana, internalizing happens authentically, nididhyasana, radiating, will happen authentically. Internalizing and radiating. Please listen. Your life need to be constantly powerful. You should be living to do what you want. You should be talking to get the result of what you want. You should be talking to move the other person the way you want. You should be talking into the listening of the listener. You should not be talking, fighting with the patterns of the listener. You should be talking into the listening of the listener. When will that happen? If you are established into your listening, you will talk in other person's listening. If I have to simply translate the word radiating in a very colloquial way, Nithyananda, radiating means minding your business. Not wasting your life. Laziness, boredom, diversion does not have a place in your life when you are radiating. Radiating means radiating. It's a straightforward. Radiating means radiating. Live your life intensely. Live your life authentically. Live your life with the strength. Live your life without confusion. First thing you need to learn to radiate. For Nithyananda, the first thing is learn to think and speak with the same cognition you arrived by internalizing. Please understand. I am explaining step by step. First, you authentically listen to the great truths. Whenever you authentically listen, whatever you listen will be converted as a great truths by your inner space. Your inner space has a capability. It has power to separate right and wrong. In Vedic tradition, we have a beautiful example called Paramahamsa. The bird Hamsa, if you mix the rice and some other items, it will separate the rice. Only eat that. If you mix milk and the water and keep it, it will suck only the milk and leave the water. The Hamsa, bird Hamsa has that power. Same way, a man who takes the right things inside and leaves unnecessary things outside is Paramahamsa. If you bring authentic listening into you, you will become Paramahamsa. Anything you listen, you know what to internalize and what to reject. What to internalize and what to reject. Authentic listening brings tremendous clarity. See, it is the clarity which is really lacking in the seeker's life, especially when somebody is interested to get enlightened, live the life of a Jivan Mukta. Clarity is a very predominantly important quality. Very predominantly important quality. Please listen. Clarity. Shankara has written a separate book on this subject, Viveka Chudamani. The whole book is on clarity. Authentic listening leads to clarity, and internalizing, manana, leads to cognitive shift. If you don't live that cognitive shift powerfully, you will lose it. Please understand. Powerfully living the cognitive shift is what I call radiating. I tell you, how to find out whether you are radiating or not. Simply life around you will constantly be getting enriched. That is the signal. If the constant enriching is happening, then you are radiating. Around me, whether you are 6 or 60, 8 or 80, you can't go without getting enriched. Radiating means such powerful body language, such powerful words, such powerful thinking. You go on enriching, constantly winning the game of life. I am telling you, neither you can 100% speak into your listening, nor you can 100% speak into others' listening, because you are off, others are off. When you can speak into your listening, other listening, authentically, only then you will be able to speak into your listening 100%, others listening 100%. How many of you are thinking, first I will speak into my listening 100%, then I will speak into others listening? Raise your hand. It is foolish. How many of you are thinking, I will speak into others listening, I don't care about speaking into my listening? Raise your hand. Again, this is foolishness. Understand? It is, you go on doing both becomes complete, perfect. Because you are not 100% stored in you. You think all your treasure is in your hand. Already some fellows have put the hole in your backyard and pulled out the treasury. You are only sitting safeguarding the front door. Because the front door is not opened, front door of the treasury is locked and you have the key, you are thinking your treasury is safe. Already some fellow has gone through the back door and drilled and pulled many things. You are sitting with a empty. You understand? Your 100% is not with you. Same way, your 100% is not with others. Still, at least the empty locker you are having and your key you are having. So, it has to be a simultaneous process. Speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Both should be from powerful, complete space. Listen, listen. Listen here. Say, how many of you listen? You feel, first let me completely speak into my listening, only then I will speak into others' listening. Raise your hand. Whenever you try to speak into others' listening, you will always carry the incompletion. I myself not complete. How can I speak into others' listening? Am I right? So that makes you powerless. All these people, I don't care about whether I am speaking into my listening. Let me speak into others' listening. Again, you are feeling powerless. How many of you are getting it? Actually, many times you speak into others' listening even though you are not convinced. You are not able to speak into your listening. Many times. When you try to make your husband disciplined, wife disciplined, look in. Are you convinced about that? No. So that time, again, because you feel you are not convinced but you are speaking into others' listening, you will be powerless. Both, if it is done as a part by part, it is powerlessness. Both done as a lifestyle out of powerfulness reaches completion. That is what I am saying. If you start doing, both is similar. Both have a strong connection. Listen. Please, all of you, look here. Can you all look here? Look here for a few minutes. I am giving you the tips for speaking into others' listening. Usually when you start speaking to others, you are always planning to impress on others who you are, instead of what you need to make them do. See, there are two components in speaking. Moving them to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. Impressing them about you should be only for moving them to do what you want. But most of the time, you try to impress them about you, and the funny thing, whatever way you try to impress them about you, you are not impressed about that. Still you have doubt about it. That is why you project your SDHD on them and make it as ADHD. Understand? Attention deficiency happens in the other person. ADHD happens only when you have SDHD. When your statements are from SDHD, means self-doubt. You are not completely convinced. You try to project that on the others, using the same concept and try to impress them. Other person will not be giving you attention. He will not be giving you listening. You will not be speaking into his listening. You think he has ADHD. No, you have SDHD. ADHD happens in other person if you have SDHD when you speak. How many of you understand what I am saying? That's all. So don't ever blame others' ADHD. It is your SDHD. Understand? Actually, layer by layer, I am making the cognition happen in you. The cognitive shift. When you know how to speak into the speaking of the listener, listen, you also know how to speak into the listening of your listening. If you say, I understand many of this truth, but I am not able to live, means you are not able to speak into the listening of your listening. Ability to speak into the listening of the listener and ability to speak into your listening is one and the same. Speak into your listening. Be active in enriching others. Burn all your self-doubts, self-denial patterns. Each one of you become acharyas. Please understand, I am talking to each one of you. Don't think, oh, that is for this person, not for me. Swamiji knows I can't be acharya. No. I know every one of you can be acharya. That is what I know. I don't know. You can't be acharya. You may know. But I don't know. I know only one thing. All of you can be acharyas. Every one of you. Not just talking in a foolish way. In a very skilled, very conscious, clear way of speaking into the listening of the listener. Not just talking because Swamiji said. It is your life and death. Is your power of words your life and death or not? It is. Is your power of thinking is your life and death or not? It is. Be very clear. You are going to get it only when you cause it in others. You are going to get it only when you cause in others. So with this clarity, cause into others with this clarity, cause, power of thinking, power of feeling, power of words, power of living into others, because only how much you cause in others is going to happen in you. Again, sit. Let me mirror the neuron activities into your brain. That is the best form of initiation. Let the Upanishad happen. Please sit straight. Close your eyes. Declare to yourself and others, I will cause all these four powers to happen in everyone in the world. I'll be a cause for it. I'll cause it. I'll speak into the listening of the listener. Let all these four powers be caused in you and in others. Today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning, the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning, we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go on light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life. Because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. Today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go on light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life. Because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life, because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body.
Thanks. Nithyananda, everyone. Now we learn about listening to ourselves and listening to others. How is that related? Why is it so important to be in listening to yourself? See, if you are in listening to yourself, all the clicks that you have, all the ideas that you have, the insights about, okay, I should be like that, I should not do this. These insights, if you have listening to yourself, you will simply make them as your life. If you come to any conclusion, any powerful conclusion, you will simply make it as your reality. If you are not in listening with yourself, there will always be this voice in the back of your head saying, hey, so many times you tried stopping to smoke, you're not going to stop this time either. Like these kinds of thought currents. You have never been a tidy person. It's just going to stay like this. Like whenever you want to make a decision, there will be this part of you inside nagging you, making fun of even your declaration to change. So in this internalization exercise, we're going to go beyond this. First, we're going to identify the different situations where we were hearing but not listening. So identify all the incidents and situations where you were hearing but not listening. For example, while talking to your colleagues, they speak, but you think about your next word, or think in your mind instead of listening to the video played during the session how the acharya is speaking. During a conflict or argument with someone, you are thinking about your next reply instead of listening to what the other person says, etc. See, the first step is always shravana, authentic listening, giving your active listening, not just hearing. Listening is when you remove all the ideas, all the concepts, all your knowledge that you already have, and you just take up the information first. If you don't do that, you will always immediately filter out information before you even receive the entire concept that the other person is trying to convey to you. So first, authentic listening without any judgment. Then manana, internalizing, intra-analyzing, analyzing for the sake of internalizing. So whatever you receive from that other person, churn it in your inner space and see what you can resonate with, what you can apply, what you can verify. So if you don't listen fully, you're going to miss what the other person is trying to say, trying to tell you. And then in the internalization, it doesn't mean that you have to accept everything that the other person is saying, but first you should hear what they want to tell, right? First you should grasp what is it that they want to convey. Then you can go and analyze it, see how much truth is in there. But if you don't listen from the get-go, you won't be able to even cognize what they are actually trying to convey to you. So look into all the incidents and situations where you are hearing, but not listening. Let us take a few moments and get ready for the first step of this exercise. Yes. We'll now move on to the next step.
Yes. Now, for each of the incident and situation, you will identify, pen down what you think about or what incompletion you go through instead of listening. For an example, thinking about your next task. What do you plan to do afterwards? Feeling restlessness or irritated. Planning your next reply to win over the argument and prove yourself right. So this is the mistake we always do. When somebody is speaking, we are not listening rather than preparing an answer to win over this argument. So here you'll find all the incident and situation and pen down what you think about or what incompletion you go through instead of listening. Most of the time, we don't listen. We are there, but mind is somewhere else. We act as though we are listening. But in the back of our mind, we are always ready to win over the argument or feeling that restlessness or irritated by the person. So you are going to identify all the incident, whether it might be with your father, it might be your brother, with your colleagues, or with your boss. Always, most of the time, with the boss. So you will write down each incident and situation. You identify, pen down what you think about or what incompletion you go through instead of listening. Yes, let's enter into this exercise. Please pen down. Yes. Now, notice how irrespective you are when you are not in the space of listening. Understand? How irrespective you are when you are not in space of listening. Irreceptive. Sorry. It is irreceptive you are when you are not in the space of listening. Complete with all the incompletions you wrote in step 2 and decide to be in a space of listening in all the situation from now onwards. Understand? You are going to internalize this exercise, how irreceptive you are when you are not in a space of listening, and you will complete with all the incompletion you wrote in step 2 and decide to be in a space of listening in all the situation from now onwards. Let's take few minutes to pen down with all the incompletion.
Yes, Nithyananda, all of you. With this, let us now get ready as we are moving forward to the next round of today's power manifestation. So, requesting all of you to settle down and come on camera. We're manifesting the power of the Ashtamahashaktis. Continuing the manifestation of the 8 great powers. So, get ready. Yes, in the first one, we're going to manifest the power of Mahima, where we are going to increase the size of an object. So select any object that you want to increase the size of. First, you start with the handheld object, like anything that is small, like a pen or a coin, something of that nature. And then take the first measurement of that object. Once you've taken the measurement of the object, yes, once you have selected the object and you've taken the measurement, you can declare by how much you want to increase the size of the object. Let's say the pen or pencil is 10 centimeters long. You want to increase it by 1 more centimeter. So after you've taken the measurement, make the declaration, and let's connect to Swamiji and get ready to actually manifest this power.
Yes. Now, sit straight with your head, neck, and spine. Visualize Paramashiva has come down as Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva from KAILASA. Remember Swamiji through the third eye. Sit with the powerful cognition and meditate intensely on Nithyananda Paramashiva. And anything else you think as your identity, just drop it. Just drop all the identities and remember Swamiji and chant the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Be in that space of unclutching, from the space of oneness. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely. From the space of oneness, experience the powers of Paramashiva. Intensely vibrate with this Ajapa Japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now let us enter into this power manifestation. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Be in that oneness space and manifest this power of Ashtama Siddhi.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. Now you will check the size of the object. What was the size before and how much it has increased. So Ma Lisa Wang, Ma Fixing Wang, John Han, please put your all the power manifestation in the chat, how much it increased. I request all the participants to sincerely participate so that you can manifest these powers. If somebody is swimming, if you see them, you'll be able to swim. The mirror neurons happen. Same way, if some of the participants are manifesting the power, same thing, the mirror neuron will happen to you. That is why we suggest all the participants to participate sincerely in the power manifestation so that you will mirroring the neuron. If anybody is able to manifest, you have the possibility to manifest those powers. So I request all the participants sincerely put whatever the power manifestation. If you have increased the size of an object or decreased, please put it in the chat. We will give you a few minutes so that you can put it in the chat.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, whenever you are sharing your power manifestation results, you will build that confidence. See, even if you say it doesn't look like the object has changed, even sharing that is just acknowledging that you are participating, that you are manifesting, acknowledging that you are making yourself available for Paramashiva to manifest. So then all you need to do is manifest more power. So you should want to express yourself. You should want to share. Then that excitement that's going to come when you actually manifest the power, when it actually expresses fully, if you share that also, then you will inspire others to join you, others to manifest as well. So
yes, they will also celebrate with you. See, the moment you manifest the powers, they will be also able to manifest the powers. If you are not able to manifest the powers, just declare, because you are in Nithyananda Sabha. Swamiji is going to hear you. So if you pray sincerely, it will manifest. The only thing is required is the bhakti and the surrender to Swamiji. Because you always think about you, not about Swamiji. That is the reason we insist to visualize Swamiji on your third eye. The moment you visualize Swamiji, you are inheriting his qualities. You will be able to manifest the powers. Just that sincere, deep gratitude is required from your side. And drop always this I and mine. This ego only stops you from manifesting the power. The moment you drop your ego, you will see simply you are manifesting the power. Because Swamiji is inside you, who is residing inside. The Paramashiva will manifest the power through you. So do it sincerely, have that gratitude. Let's enter into the next powerful session.
we're going to learn how everything that we experience is our very own expression, our very own extension. Everything that we are experiencing in our life emerges directly from ourselves. So what we see on the outside is not something that is happening to us. It is something that is happening from us. Swamiji is going to share the various different powerful cognitions. So let us learn how to play with all this, all the expressions, all the experiences we have. Let us learn how to alter, manipulate, play with them from Swamiji directly. So be in a space of listening and restful awareness as we enter.
Yes, have your book and pen along with you. So whatever powerful cognition you receive from this powerful session will always help you to manifest the powers. This is a very beautiful subject. The ultimate truths are revealed in this session. Please imbibe it. You will see that you will be literally expressing those powers. You need to imbibe this powerful cognition. So I request all the participants to sit straight with complete awareness and with complete listening. Not just hearing, it should be complete listening. Now let's enter into this powerful session from Swamiji.
Now listen to this thought current. Everything your life is made of is your very expression. Listen, everything your life is made of is your very expression. Experientially playing with them, changing them, altering them, manipulating them is powers, siddhis. Understanding no need to play with any of this. You are beyond, and going beyond is enlightenment. Listen now. Listen now. Now what I said is pure science. Mahadeva gives a very powerful practical methodology to experientially realize this statement. The statement which I uttered now is a sutra, pure science. Whatever you see in your life, including the walls of this hall and me sitting in front of you, this throne, your chair, the people sitting around you, everything is made of a material which is from inside you. You can alter, manipulate, extend, reduce, change everything as you want. Please understand. Everything you see in your life is made out of a stuff which comes from your very self. The wax, the material in which your waking state is made and your dream state is made, that material is from you, inside you, just like cobweb. It's from you, the material is manifested. Listen. Listen. How this can become our realization. How this can become our realization. This thought current now which I said is a pure science. Now Mahadeva comes next to applied science. How to make that into reality for you and how to use that in your day-to-day life. It's a very beautiful revelation. Listen. Mahadeva says, early morning, the period of Brahma Muhurta, where the so-called reality, waking state has not become 100% real for you, and the dream state has not yet become 100% dream state for you, where you are just moving in between. Brahma Muhurta, morning 4:30 to 6, where your inner space, some moments is in waking state, some moments in the dream state. Make use of that time to infuse some ideas into your system. Listen. For example, you are feeling life around you and inside you is very poor. You are not having enough resources. You want wealth. Try to play early morning, that 4:30 to 6, infusing yourself with the idea, let me manifest wealth. Your visualization should be more towards wealth, not towards moving away from poverty. Please understand, if you say, let me move out of poverty, you will be all the time visualizing poverty. No. Move towards wealth, visualizing wealth. The first thing will happen when you consciously play with your Brahma Muhurta consciousness. That is a unique consciousness. That's a unique time and space where you are neither fully awake, nor fully sleeping, nor fully dreaming. You are like a original material out of which you are made is available for alteration, transformation, manipulation. The material out of which you are made is available to yourself at that moment. just few days, from today to next Sunday, this 1 week, every morning, this Brahma Muhurta time, try to play with your consciousness. I gave you the example of money because that is the biggest problem everyone has. Whether you have or don't have, you have a problem. If you don't have some type of problem, if you have some type of problem, you can work on even your health. You can work on your relationships. You can work on your fulfillment, feeling alone, empty, lonely, on anything you can work. Try to visualize what you want to manifest. It will not take more than 3 or 4 days for you to realize actually you are setting the trend and thought current. You are setting the trend and thought current of what you want to express in that Brahma Muhurta time. Sleeping during that time means wasting your life. Do not entertain. Please listen. Do not entertain the thought currents which are not directly conducive for your life at those moments. Because whatever you entertain during that time will become part of you. Now play with this thought current, this Kundalini thought current. The first realization you will have is your whole life is not solid as you think. It is just liquid or semi-solid. It is liquid or semi-solid. You can manipulate it. You can manifest it. You can play around with it. Understand? Now, unfortunately, you guys have already frozen. See, after 6, you get frozen. Now, anything I tell, it takes time for it, that thought current to reach your being. But at that moment of Brahma Muhurta, anything you try to infuse into you, very easily it goes, just like a needle moves into the banana. It can just enter into your system. Meditate on this. This thought current can awaken your Kundalini. Kundalini awakening means understanding you and the stuff out of which your life is made is ultimately from you. Because of that, you can transform, manifest, manipulate, play around, do anything you want with the stuff out of which your life is made. Understand? When you work on this thought current of everything you manifest is you, just work on it this week. In 2-3 days itself, you will understand the reality, the truth of this statement. I am not saying believe this statement, what I am uttering. No. It is too much, you can't even believe. You need to work with it. You need to work with this thought current. Next 1 week, every morning, 4:30, you have to get up in that boring, frustrated mood where you curse everyone around you and inside you for waking you up at 4:30. You curse the alarm, you curse the bed, you curse the pillow, you curse the fan, you curse the AC, you curse everyone around you, outside you, inside you, you curse your bathroom, you curse the bucket, you curse the wash basin, you curse the broomstick. So in that mood, stop cursing and put this idea, sit and think, contemplate. Swamiji said, me and my life, everything around me, inside me, I am manifesting that material, that stuff. If I see love, if I see anger, if I see frustration, if I see enmity, if I see friendliness, everything I see in my life, I perceive in my life, I experience in my life, all that is manifested from me. So I will enter into the second and third verse of Jnana Paddhati. Tatsarvam gatayishyami yoga yuktya shrunupriye yatsvarupam nijam suddham vyapakam sarvatomukam sarvabhudantaravastam sarvapranishu jivanam yogagamyam durasadam dushprabam hridadambihi. Mahadeva, Paramashiva, is saying in the second verse, Yat Swarupam Nijam Suddham. My state is real and pure. Listen. Yesterday I was revealing an important secret, the sacred secret. You need to decide to behave with yourself as Paramashiva. You need to be convinced. Blessed are those who are able to convince themselves that they are ultimate. Means they are able to cross the last delusion of self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. I tell you, bhakti should be the expression of the gratitude and powerfulness of everything you have been given, not from the attitude that you are separate from the source. Understand? I overflow with gratitude and bhakti to my Guru, not because I am separate from him, but because he made me realize he is me. Understand? The right understanding. Listen very carefully. The identity you carry in the waking state, identity you carry in the deep sleep state, identity you carry in the dream state, identity you carry in Turiya state, and identity you experience in Turiyatita state. In all the 25 states of consciousness, each identity is independent. The moment you realize the undercurrent of all these 25 identities, your pure consciousness, which is the source of you and which is Paramashivam, all the 25 heads, 25 identities gets integrated. That is why Paramashiva is always described with the 25 heads. Means who has realized his 25 identity is in oneness with his source consciousness, pure Paramashiva, ultimate. As long as your identities play separate games, without getting integrated to the source, you continue to remain in suffering. When You are ready to crush your self-doubt. Understand? Courage to crush the self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred is tapas, vairagya. Ferociousness you need to crush your self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt is called tapas. It can be psychological ferociousness, it can be physical ferociousness, it can be ferociousness to detoxify your system, ferociousness to break from patterns, ferociousness to break from addictions, ferociousness to manifest the higher understandings, ferociousness to live the higher understandings. It can be anything. Understand? The ferociousness to crush the self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, to reach you are one with Paramashiva is tapas. Blessed are those who decide they are one with Paramashiva, who cognize they are one with Paramashiva, because other than him, nothing else can exist. If something else can exist other than him, then he cannot exist. He is the only Purusha. There cannot be anything other than oneness. That is why it is oneness. So if you feel you exist, you are only Paramashiva. You exist only as Paramashiva. Any other identity you assume is assumption. Understand? Nothing else can exist. And nothing else exists. Demand everything to be Paramashiva. I tell you, that is what is manifesting the state of Paramashiva. Deciding, declaring yourself as Paramashiva to yourself, intensely demanding yourself to be Paramashiva by yourself is what is manifesting the space, the state of Paramashiva. That is what is manifesting the state of Paramashiva. I really want all the Paramashivoham participants to start practicing. Declare yourself as Paramashiva to yourself and demand yourself to be Paramashiva. Talk to yourself as you are Paramashiva. Think yourself as Paramashiva. Behave with yourself as Paramashiva. Start from today. I bless you all to achieve success. From today, behave with yourself as Paramashiva. Start manifesting the state of Paramashiva. Paramashiva moves this whole universe without thoughts, being in the state of Paramashanta Swarupa. That shows thoughts are not needed to run your existence as Paramashiva manifested it. Thoughts are your feeling something is missing, inadequate, not enough, incomplete. That insecurity, suffocation, incompletion, that generates something cranky, worms going in your brain. parasites running in your intestine, that crankiness, the thoughts and thought currents generated by that crankiness is not needed to run your life. This is the most powerful, important cognition you need to cognize. Understand, Hinduism fundamentally does not believe in belief system or faith system. It very clearly explains the methodology of powerful cognition-based functioning system. I am not going to tell you, believe, you don't need thoughts to run your life. No. I am going to say, Shravana, listen, Manana, internalize, Nididhyasana, start living this powerful cognition. So the powerful cognition I am giving you now, Paramashiva, running the whole universe, much, much, much more than what we are running in our life. He is running it from the space of Paramashanta Swarupa, without any thought currents, out of pure intelligence. When he can run, you can run. Decide, you will be in the space and state of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, and live your life. You will see thoughts and thought currents become redundant. They just fall off from you. Like a old skin getting peeled off and falling. The old hair falling. Old nail falling. Just like old things fall off from you. The ideology you need thoughts and thought currents to run your life will fall off from you. Meditate on this powerful cognition. Internalize it, manifest it. Do Shravana Manana Nididhyasana of Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashiva, who is so big, he does not need thoughts even to run this whole universe. Even to run this whole universe, he does not need thoughts. Why do you need thoughts to run your life? Too small. Decide to be in his space by listening, internalizing and manifesting this powerful cognition in your inner space. Live and experience thoughtless space. There is a space below your heart center, above the navel center, Anandagandha Chakra, where all the 21 chakras, above 7, middle 7, below 7, all the 21 chakras merge in. In that Anandagandha space, remember, you are Paramashiva. What you feel as Paramashiva, what you feel as I and Paramashiva is one and the same. With that decision to cognize Paramashivoham, Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashivoham, he will manifest more and make you cognize you don't need thoughts and thought currents to run your life. Without thoughts and thought currents, just by directly manifesting his intuition and Paramashanta Swarupa, you become more and more efficient, more and more energetic, more and more alive, more and more spiritual, more and more strong, more and more enlightened. Your breathing and his breathing is one and the same. Please understand, this is the real good news he wants to tell you. If you are breathing, he is breathing inside you. Your breathing touches his breathing and comes back. Every time when you are inhaling, goes in and turns to come out, it touches his breathing and then comes out. So where your inhaling breath takes a turn as exhaling breath, that is where he is residing, he is available to you. His breathing and your breathing connects, only then takes a turn. That space is Paramashanta Swarupa. Because of that unfortunate thought current of irresponsibility becomes spirituality. We lost some of the most beautiful, most important contributions we have done to planet Earth. The origin and ultimate. Listen carefully. The origin and ultimate are one and the same in Vedagamic traditions. That is why the vision document is complete. The basic units, principles, tattvas with which we are asked to function is complete. Integrity is a tattva to measure your expression. The depth of integrity, the amount of integrity you cognize about each subject, that will be the expression, spontaneous expression of you. When somebody asks you, why do you pour milk on linga? The first response I gave is, hey, we pour on Sadashiva, not on linga. Because every time I pour, I know I am pouring on Sadashiva. It falls on linga. In Hindu tradition, if you don't find any linga, you can just keep a heap of sand on the floor. Just sit, try to get any stone. If you don't get any stone, just get heap of sand and start worshipping that as a linga. That's the way Sita did in Rameshwaram. One of the most important Jyotirlinga, Ramanatha Swami, is just heap of sand touched by Sita with the great sacred sentiment, the bhava. O Mahadeva, Sadashiva, Iha Agaccha, Igatishta. The power of bhava of Sita, the beach sand becomes Ramanatha. Understand? We pour on Sadashiva, not on linga. It falls on linga. Because we are so engrossed to whom we are pouring, sometimes we don't bother where it is falling. That is the first. This should have been a first response from any practicing Shaivite. If you are integrated to your logic, naturally you will say, oh, I think it is oiling, massage. So that the stone won't crack. You mean to say it is oil massage therapy? And I do wonder, what kind of a stone absorbs the fat and maybe I don't know about that, so let me not get into that scene. And I do not know much about stone and I know only about Sadashiva. Let me stop myself. Let me restrict myself to what I know. Understand integrity. Listen carefully, because this is one of the important pain point with many people in the Sangha are suffering. I utter the word integrity, you only remember morning the integrity officer standing in front of you and waking up. Hey, get up for morning yoga. Listen. Now you need to understand that principle. Integrity is basically the unit with which our expression is measured. See, your source, consciousness, when it starts operating using this body and mind, it always gets integrated to something. Even if you don't want to get up, come to morning yoga, you are highly integrated to Nidra Devi. Means sleep. You are highly integrated to your bed. And you are highly integrated to your tiredness. Understand? Then don't blame, whole day I am feeling bored and depressed and tired. That is what you are integrated in the early morning. Understand? When the sun rises, to what you are integrated, you will be integrated to that till the sun sets. When the sun sets, to what you are integrated, you will be integrated to that till again sun rises. Understand? It's a basic principle of life. So when sun rises, to what you are integrated matters, because that is the time the commands are given to your body about the whole day which you are supposed to do. The plans are delivered to your system. If your plan is turning this side and pulling the blanket, functioning with these powerful cognitions will make you experience your spiritual legitimacy. It will make you understand the best, most superconscious way to exist and relate. Understand? The most superconscious way to exist and relate. The fundamental principles, fundamental superconscious way to exist and to relate with other humans, relate with the society, relate with the humanity, relate with money. See, from the superconscious existence, with the most powerful cognition, you are Paramashiva. If you relate with money, you will bring economical legitimacy to your identity. Poverty is nothing but economical illegitimacy to your identity. If you build a spiritual identity, right identity, you will manifest economical legitimacy, means wealth. You having wealth just because of your right identity is economical legitimacy for you. You having social success because of your powerful cognitions is social legitimacy for you. Because of your powerful cognitions, the way you carry yourself is accepted by everyone. The way you live becomes a culture, is cultural legitimacy for you. Bring powerful cognitions in your life, through that bring spiritual legitimacy to your existence, to your identity. With that strength, bring social, cultural, economic legitimacy to your existence. Naturally, you will be able to manifest anything you want. Understand? This whole science, manifesting the state, manifesting the space, manifesting the powers, manifesting the being, manifesting the super consciousness of Paramashiva, listen. If you bring spiritual, social, cultural legitimacy to you, you will understand this science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, extreme chronic capitalism or exploiting pharmaceutical industries, enslaving psychiatry field and pseudo-psychiatrists, or cheating philosophies, brainwashing ideologies, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. Today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life, because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. Today is the best day. Sadashiva.
Yes. After this powerful session, where Swamiji revealed most powerful cognition, we will enter into the next internalization exercise.
Yes, we are now going to enter into a completion exercise where we are going to complete with our very own father. So this is one of the very powerful exercises, one of the very important exercises, because mother and father are the two first personification of the feminine and masculine energy in our life, the first role model that we build our identity on, and based on which we build our ideas about how a man should behave, how a woman should be behaving, and how they should be. So let us enter into this exercise very sincerely, requesting all participants here in the Zoom to come on camera. Chitsin Weng Aya Ma Li Si Wang Wa Ma Wei Wen Mei. If you could come on camera and join us for this exercise. This will be a very powerful exercise, and it will help you to complete with the masculine component within you. So let us take this sincerely and manifest all the benefits from this completion.
Yes. This is a very powerful completion. If you understand this completion, you will have a breakthrough in all your relationship. All your relationship matters what you perceive in your world and what was actually in the world, the world. So now you are going to describe the relationship you have with your father. So this is all about relationship you have with your father. Go back in life and describe all the incident when you start judging him, having incompletion with him. So this is the pattern actually you are carrying. Many of the things is from your father and mother. Because from childhood, you are seeing your father and mother. That is how you imbibe these qualities and the problems and incompletion. All it starts from the closed one whom you are relate. And mother and father is the closed one from the childhood. You started living with them. So you are going to describe this relationship you have with your father. Go back in life and describe all the incident when you started judging him, having incompletion with him. Describe detailing what actually happened, what he actually said or did, which is the word. Understand? What actually happened, what he actually said or did, which is the word, and how you experience it. See, the what your father said something, it would be different, but actually what you perceive is completely different. So with this mature understanding, you are going to describe what actually happened, because the understanding at that time was completely different. The way you cognize yourself and what actually the incident happened is two different components. So now you are going to pen down what actually happened in the world and how you experience it, which in my world. So please pen down so that we can enter into the session. I request all the participants do it sincerely, because this incompletion only you carry with many of your relationship. Either it might be a friend, it might be your boss. So actually this is the incompletion you project with everyone. So when you deeply look in, this is what you are relating with your friends or with your relationship, with your boss, with your colleagues. Actually, when you complete with this, you will see all the relationships getting healed. And the way you respond to others also will change. This is a very important completion. I request all the participants to do it sincerely so that you will have a breakthrough.
Yes, just draw a small table, 2 columns, the world and my world. Under the world, you write exactly what happened, without any perception, without any conclusion, any emotional interpretation. And my world is exactly that. What you perceive, what you felt he meant, what you think he decided against you, what is your experience of the happenings. So, yes. So your father might have slapped you, and you felt, yes, he hates me, he wants me to be sad, he wants to torture me and all that, but you might have just not been able to control. You might have been fully out of your senses, and he brought you down. He gave you a smack, but all the anger, all the interpretations you put on top of that, that is my world. The world is very binary, very plain. There is no room for interpretation. It is the simple happening. So describe both and see how much you are adding onto it, how much you are telling a story based on what you want to believe, how you want to frame the situation. And if you really look in, the story is actually what leads to the suffering. If you can see the situation as it happened, you will see it, okay, this is what happened. And that's all. There's no aftermath. Okay, so if you have any questions about the exercise, let us know. We will happily help you out.
Because if you see this, same thing you'll be projecting with your boss, because this is how you created the pattern with your father. And that is why you also, the same thing repeats again and again until you have a breakthrough, until you complete. This incident will keep on happening in your life in some or the other way, because this pattern was created by you and you are suffering and you need to have a breakthrough. So do it sincerely. You will see the moment you heal the relationship with your father, you will see you have the good relationship with your boss. So go back in life and describe all the incident when you started judging him, having incompletion with him. Yes. Now, the second step will be invoking your father in the mirror and complete at least twice by talking out loud, because you have to be loud and clear. Invoke your father in the mirror and complete at least twice by talking out loud. Invoke your father in Swamiji's Atmamurti and complete at least twice by talking out loud. If you want to have a private space, just come close the door. But you have to be loud, you have to be clear. That is how it is going to come out, because it has to come out. So please invoke your father in the mirror and complete at least twice by talking out loud. Call your father, complete with him in the same manner. These three things you are going to do now. First thing, you are going to invoke your father in the mirror and complete at least twice. The second step, invoke your father in Swamiji's Atmamurti and complete at least twice by talking out loud. Finally, you'll be calling your father and completing with him in the same manner. Please do this exercise sincerely. Yes. So once you finished your completion, in Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 125, Dharana 100, it says, Samashatru cha mitre cha, Samamanavamano ya, Brahmana paripurnatvat, iti jnanatva sukhi bhavet. The translation goes, when you reside in the consciousness of sameness, you will see the oneness in the enemy and friend, in honor and dishonor, because of the powerful cognition that everything is complete and fulfilled with Brahman, the pure consciousness that is present everywhere. You will always be full and filled with completion. Cognizing thus, you will become perpetually happy. You will reside in that space of oneness when you have that complete completion. Yes. Now, with this complete completion, we will enter into the power manifestation. Whenever you have this completion, you will see that you will have a breakthrough. That is the reason we have this power manifestation session.
Today we're manifesting the powers of the Ashtamaha Shaktis, the 8 great powers. So first we manifested the power of increasing the height of an object, the size of an object, and now we are going to increase the weight of an object. So pick one object you want to manifest this power with and measure the weight of that object. You can even manifest this power with your own body. So if you don't have like a kitchen scale, if you have a body weight scale, you can change the weight of your own body as well.
Yes. Now, we will enter into the extraordinary power of third eye, increasing the weight of an object, or you can increase your own weight if you have a weighing scale. So sit straight, internalize that Paramashiva himself has come in the form of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Visualize with Swamiji through the third eye. Intensely vibrate with this Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Through the power of third eye, you are going to increase the weight. Intensely keep chanting the Mahavakya as we enter into the power manifestation.
Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now, I request all the participants, you can check the weight of an object. If you have taken weight of yourself, you can go and check on the weighing scale, what is the weight of yours. And whatever, whether it is increased or decreased, you can put it in the chat. The moment the powerful cognition enters into you, it manifests as powers. So I request all the participants to do it sincerely, all the completion. You will see you'll be able to manifest these powers. Don't take it for granted. These are all most powerful cognition Swami has given to us, which helps us to manifest these powers. Ma when we ma quiz in wing. Please switch on your cameras. Yes. Now, let us enter into the powerful satsang song, Swamiji. I request all the participants to have the book and pen along with you, so that depend on all the powerful cognition received during the session. This will also help you to manifest the powers. The more and more you imbibe the powerful cognition, the more and more you'll be able to manifest these powers.
Yes, we're going to first enter into a meditation. We're going to meditate on the light within. So let's all settle down, sit in a calm and quiet space. Maybe close your door, close your windows. If there's any noise outside, as Swamiji is going to guide all of you.
Yes. Now, let us enter into the session.
Here, Shiva is giving wonderful sloka, wonderful sutra, which can create the new understanding about the life and death, because this sutra is directly related to presence and absence. Let me read the translation. Feel an object or person. The presence in front of you means that touch or by seeing through your eyes. Feel the presence. The next word says, feel it, not just seeing. Next step, feel the absence of all other objects but this one. Understand? Step by step. Let me give the translation. Feeling the presence of an object or a person. Second step, feeling the absence of other objects. First, feeling the presence of one object or a person. Second step, feeling the absence of all other objects and persons, except this one. Third step, feeling the absence of this one also, and centering on yourself. Realize, paramastitihi, dhyayato layaha. Let you disappear into enlightenment, into the state of meditation. See, Shiva is such a great person, such a great master. He gives techniques for all kinds of human beings and all situations. Yesterday, the technique is for people who are in pain or suffering. Today, the technique is for people who are in love on the way to pain. He says, first feel an object or that person before you. Understand? Just to see, if you see through two eyes, it is enough. But to feel, you need to use all three eyes. Third eye also. If you see the kids seeing the rose or a teddy bear, you see how the kid feels the teddy bear. He doesn't just see, he feels it. You can see how his eyes become big. Almost he feels connected to the teddy bear. He feels completely connected. If you try to take it away, you will see the fun. You will see the drama he creates. He feels that the toy is just part of him. So you need to feel that close with some object or that person. It will happen only when your third eye opens, means only when your logic is absent. You can see when you are in love with somebody, when you are in love with some object, your eyes will be bright when you look at that person. Practically your whole being will be looking through your eyes. Through your eyes. You will feel it. First, sit with that person or the object, just feel it. Feel that object or the person through your whole being, through the whole body, through the whole energy. Just feel. Just be completely lost. Feel only that object or that person. Second thing, important thing, feel the absence of all other objects and persons but this one. I am reading the original sutra, original translation, so that you will understand. Actually, this sutra can be translated in so many ways. I really feel sorry for my poor translation, because I don't have more words. The sutra has to be understood from 4 or 5 dimensions, because this can give you the basic truths of the falling in love with a master or falling in love with some god or a deity. The sutra will give you the basic technique, how that helps you towards enlightenment. When you deeply feel connected to a master, when you deeply feel connected to a deity, to a god, to a statue, what happens in you, how it leads you towards enlightenment, is beautifully described in this sutra. Understand? People ask me, Swamiji, if I have fallen in love with a girl or a man, can this technique help me? It will. Because whenever you are in love with somebody, the other person will look like a god. He will be God for you. Understand? I always tell people come and ask me, Swamiji, I feel you are God. I tell them, this mood or experience will be there as long as you feel connected or you are in love. As long as you are feeling connected or you are in love. When you are in love with somebody, not only with me, with a master, with anybody, when you are in love, the other person will appear like a God. He will be fulfillment of your being. God means what? Your fulfillment. Your fulfillment is what we call God. What you feel as your fulfillment is your God, Ishta Devata. That is your chosen ideal. When you are in love with the master, he appears as God. He will be God. I always tell people, when you are in love with me, not only I will appear as God, you will see all miracles which God will do will be happening through me. But when that love or feeling connected goes away, when you don't have that, you will not see any miracle through me. Even if you see, you will take it for granted. It is feeling deeply connected or love that gives you the experience, glimpse of God through other, and it just gives you inside you. It's a big science. First, you fall in love with that object or a person. One difficulty is, if you fall in love with that object or a person, first you need to concentrate, feel him, and leave everything else. Then feel his absence also. When you want to feel his absence, he may not agree or cooperate. With a master, he will agree and cooperate to feel his absence, and he will put the whole energy and whole devotion on yourself. He will not bind you. That is the greatness of master. That is the greatness of falling in love with the master. See, when you fall in love with an ordinary object or an ordinary person also, this technique can help you. But one thing, when you want to move away from his presence, he will feel dissatisfied. He will not encourage it. He wants you to be, by now, he will be dependent on you. A person who acts as an object for you to fall in love and waits till everything else disappears from you and diverts the same attention and energy towards you and gracefully moves away, lets you experience his absence, is master. He is master. Master is a person who will not be dependent on you, but who will help you to be dependent on him. When time comes, he will simply liberate you and put your whole energy on you and say goodbye and tell you to experience the ultimate. With an ordinary person, that step will be a little difficult. The third step, first step, falling in love, feeling the person, there won't be a problem. Second step, forgetting all other objects except that person or the object, that also won't be a problem. But the third step, feeling his absence also and diverting the whole concentrated energy on yourself. Dhyayato layaha means merging into meditation itself without an object for meditation. At that spot, an ordinary person will not be able to let go. He will create a comfort zone between you and him and encourage you to be in that same comfort zone. Will not allow you to go beyond him. That is where the problem will start. Of course, when that problem comes, let us face that. Just because that problem may come, it is not that we should not start our steps at all. When it comes, let us find the solution. Let us start the work. Let us start the great work of working towards the enlightenment. 3 step, feel an object before you, not just seeing, feeling, means completely lost. Feel the absence of all other objects and persons but this one. Exclude everything else. Just be completely lost with that one person or with that one object. Let there not be anything else. Exclude. 3rd step, when you really feel that there is no object, suddenly after some time, you feel, oh God, I was sitting here with Swamiji for 3 hours. And suddenly after the lecture you wake up, not from sleep. You think, oh God, there are so many people around me. Or suddenly you see, when did you come and sit? You ask the next person. And you ask the person, when did you come and sit? I did not even notice. If that happens, means you excluded. You achieved the state of excluding everything else. Then you need to go to the 3rd step, means now unclutch from master also. Feel his absence also. Then leaving aside the object feeling and the absence feeling, realize. Object feeling means the presence. Absence feeling means absence. Leaving aside both, realize. Dhyayato layaha. Hritaye layante. Dhyayato layaha. Means, now let you realize, let you disappear just in yourself. This sutra, if it is understood, it will give you the basic signs of devotion, basic signs of falling in connection or in deep devotion with a master, or even feeling connected to a deity, to a murti. See, in Ramakrishna's case, he was so connected to that Kali Murti, he felt that Murti was alive. Just now, few months ago, I went and saw that Murti. When I saw that, it was such a overflowing, such a fulfilled feeling. Just a 3 feet stone can give enlightenment. See the amazing thing. It's not more than 3 feet Murti, just 3 feet Murti. Black stone. It can give enlightenment. He was so strongly connected. First the feeling of the object happened. Then the exclusion, means leaving all other objects, that also happened. He used to sit in front of that Murti for hours. If he starts doing arti, people will start moving away because he won't end. If some people start speaking, you don't know when they will end. If he starts doing arati, you don't know when he will end. People will start going away. 2nd step also happened. The 3rd step happened when he became enlightened. 3rd step means feeling the absence, means leaving even that form happened to him. Only then he became enlightened. Because when Totaburi came, his guru, enlightened master came, he said, I will initiate you. Ramakrishna said, yes, you initiate me. Totaburi said, now concentrate on the Ajna. He gave a technique. And put your whole energy on yourself. Ramakrishna said, no. The moment I close my eyes, I see Devi. My Devi, I feel her presence. Totaburi says, that is nice. You have come to the 2nd step. Nothing wrong. But now you need to go to the 3rd step. Go beyond the form. Cut that murti. Cut that form. Ramakrishna says, what? How can I? I cherish this form. Throughout my life, I worshipped this form, respected, felt so deeply connected. How can I cut this form? Totabari says, no, unless you cut, you won't experience the next step. Then finally Ramakrishna agrees. And he says, I visualized my knowledge as the sword and cut the form of Devi. Means disconnected myself, felt the absence, ready to divert myself to my center. See, directly you can't connect yourself with your center. First you need to use the outer object, presence, then absence, then you will be enlightened. Then Ramakrishna says, the moment I cut that form, destroyed that form, suddenly something opened in me. I am lost in samadhi, enlightenment. That moment he became enlightened. Understand, feel an object, even ordinary relationship, falling in love can raise you to enlightenment. With this one technique, feel that object or the person intensely, exclude everything else. Feel the absence of all other objects. Only that object or that person's presence. Then move away even from that person or the object. Feel the presence, feel the absence. Suddenly you will see you are centered on you, on your deeper self, on your consciousness, on your very being. Feel an object before you. Feel the absence of all other objects or persons but this one. Then leaving aside the object feeling and the absence feeling, realize dhyayanto layaha. Let you relax, let you disappear, let you merge into the state of meditation or enlightenment. Try this technique. This you can do only with some person or object, so you won't be able to do now. First of all, we can't disclose with whom we are in love or with what object we are in love. It is such a personal, intimate thing. You can do it only alone with your private space. In your private space, try, if you are in love with some object or the person, try this technique. First feel the presence of that person, feel the absence of all other objects, then feel the absence of that person also, and let you get centered on the eternal bliss. anything in the outer world can be achieved when you work for it. Wealth, if you work for it, you will get it. Relationships, if you work for it, you will get it. But in the inner world, anything you want, you have to work from it. If you want to have Advaitic experience, you have to work from the Advaitic space. If you want Bhakti experience, you have to work from the Advaitic Bhakti space. But in both, you have to work. Understand? But both you have to work. In the inner world, don't think just if you carry the space, you will achieve it. No. Only when you operate from that space again and again, you will know the strength of the space and you will strengthen that space. So today, less words, more contemplation. Less words, more contemplation. More manana. I wanted all of you to contemplate on this one truth. Please listen. Contemplate on this one truth. Contemplate on this one truth. Anything you want in the outer world, you have to work for it. Anything you want in the inner world, you have to work from it. If you want living Advaita in the inner space, you have to continuously be active, alive, work from the space of Advaita. Work from the space of Advaita. Work from the space of Advaita. Drive yourself from the space of Advaita. Let the self-driving happen from the self. Self-driving happening from the self is what I call enlightenment. Self-drive happening from the self is what is enlightenment. Contemplate on these few words today. Please understand. Self-drive is the source of the knowledge a human being has. Means that is Saraswati. Knowledge is not number of books you read. Knowledge is not number of concepts you know. The amount of self-drive you have. Understand, giving a right context to the self-drive is only the job of Saraswati, knowledge. When there is a right context, the self-drive never gets dried up. If it gets dried up, it is from the wrong context. It is the lower level pleasures. It is not self-drive. Self-drive which gets dried up is from violence or from greed. Please understand, the self-drive comes out of fear and greed, gets dried up just in few days. Giving the right context for your self-drive is the job of Saraswati. All the knowledge, the reason for all the knowledge, reason for all the books, reason for all the knowledge transmission mechanism is to give you the right context for your self-drive. To give the right context for your self-drive. Giving the right context for your self-drive is the source, purpose, reason, cause, sole cause of your knowledge. Self-drive is the one and only wealth you can carry from one birth to another birth. Please understand. If you want to go to US, you have to change Indian currency to US currency. If you want to come from US to India, you have to change US currency to Indian currency. The same currency will not be useful in the other country. Same way, when you leave the body, whatever you accumulated in this birth, wealth, life, relationships, properties, nothing will be useful in the next birth. But the self-drive you accumulated will be there with you in your biomemory as your asset. I tell you, self-drive is the Lakshmi. Self-drive is the ultimate wealth, ultimate asset. Anyone can accumulate, anyone can acquire. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. This is the exact interpretation I will give. Raising your self-drive by yourself by setting the right context. You will be a great friend for yourself. If you can't raise your self-drive by yourself by setting the right context, you are the greatest enemy for you. It is the self-drive that makes you king or beggar. It is the self-drive that gives you self-respect or not. It's a self-drive that gives you the ability to exist. That is a self-drive that gives you the strength to live. Self-drive is the love for life. Self-drive is the devotion for life. Self-drive is commitment towards life. Self-drive is the scale to measure your authenticity, integrity, responsibility, and enriching. Look into you and see whatever patterns, whatever ideas, whatever thoughts brings conflict into you does not allow the experience of oneness in you. Start completing with them. Listen, I am establishing the process for oneness. Maybe next few days, I'll go on expanding on it. Sit and go on, pen down the patterns which makes you move away from the original oneness space, restful awareness, the state for which you are yearning without even knowing for which you are yearning. Understand? In all of us, there is a yearning for certain state. Without even knowing for what we are yearning, we go on earn. Sometimes we think because of that yearning was so deep, we think we are yearning for money, or we think we yearn for just physical satisfaction. Sometimes we get scared and go crazy about that yearning. I use the word crazy. You just get scared what for you are yearning and go crazy about why you are yearning, what for you are yearning. Listen. Whether you get scared of the yearning or go crazy about the yearning or get attached to what you yearn, ultimately you are yearning to a state of oneness, non-dual consciousness. Ekatva is not eka. Listen. Oneness is God, God is not one. Be very clear. All the religions talk about God is one. One God theory is not leading you towards oneness of God. So I am not accepting the concept that God is one, or theology God is one, but I am very clear the fact that reality is God is oneness. Listen, God is oneness, and you are constantly yearning for that oneness which is in you, or you are part of that oneness. Sit and pen down all the patterns which makes you feel you are away from that oneness, which makes you move you out of that oneness. If you start penning down the idea, I am the body, that usually makes you move out of that oneness. I am the mind, makes you move out of that oneness. Your association with different patterns, that makes you move out of that oneness. Listen. But solution is not, I am not the body. That is the biggest mistake most of the Vedantis do. Immediately they start punishing the body and start declaring, I am not the body, I am not the body. How much ever loudly you shout, scream, I am not the body, your body is only screaming, I am not the body. Even to scream, I am not the body, you associate yourself with the body. It's too funny how the Vedantis commit conceptual suicide. Understand? Conceptual suicide. That's the right word I use. When you learn concepts, but you are not growing in the space of oneness. You learn concepts, theories, but you are not growing into Advaita. I'll call that as a conceptual suicide. Accumulating ignorance in the name of knowledge. Acquiring ignorance in the name of knowledge. I am directly establishing a process for you to experience the non-dual consciousness, the Advaita, the state of Advaita. Today I am not talking about any anasin, metasin. How to remove your headache, knee pain, how to have good relationship with your family or teamily. No, I am not talking any of that. Listen, I am very straight. I am establishing the process for you to experience non-dual consciousness. So listen. Come to the space of listening and listen. This can directly take you to the non-dual state of consciousness. Sit and pen down all the patterns, ideas, concepts, theories, thoughts, which makes you move away from the non-dual state, Advaitic state. It can be as simple as I am the body to as complicated as I am my wealth. Sometimes people are ready to die but not ready to give up their wealth because their affiliation, association, idea of connection with wealth has become far more deeper than the idea I am the body. Very funny thing. People start eating to be alive, but every year millions of people die because of eating. People start eating to be alive, but every year millions are dying because of overeating. Because by and by they associate themselves with the food more than their body or ability of the body to make the food into life. Their ability to make the food into their life, ability to convert the food into life is far more important than just eating. Many times, listen, many times in the attachments and delusions, the purpose is lost. As I said, you start eating for living. Finally, just by eating, you die. You are ready to die, but not ready to reduce your eating. I am not even asking you to give up eating. Reduce your eating. For Brahma and Vishnu, early morning, the form of light shaft, means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, Let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning, we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go on light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life. Because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. Today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning, we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go on light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life. Because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft. Means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp. So each, the Sadashiva himself becomes many. So whole campus we went round. It was such high energy. So again the many becomes one. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life, because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body.
Yes, to this powerful session. Now, let's enter into the internalization exercise. So please have your book and pen along with you so that we can enter into the internalization exercise. I request all the participants to switch on your cameras so that we can enter into the internalization exercise. Please sit straight with complete awareness. You can see still the cameras are switched on. Please switch on your camera so that we can enter into the exercise. So here you will be identifying all the incidents where you were unable to make the other person to do what you want, or where you even avoid to attempt thinking they will not do what you want. Understand? You are going to identify all the incidents where you are unable to make the other person to do what you want, or where you even avoid to attempt thinking they will not do what you want. Identify the block within you that is reflected in the situation and in the other person. You are not now going to identify the block. What is the block you carry within you that is reflected in the other person? That in that situation, complete with the earliest instant where you experience this incompletion. So identify the recent incompletion you had with the other person, and you are going to complete with it. Please have your book and pen. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely so that you remember whatever the incompletion you had with the other person. Because even this Mahavakya helps you to identify the incompletion. Your mind always block to remember all those things. This Mahavakya is going to help you to identify all the incompletion. So please complete with the earliest instant where you experience this incompletion. Now, let us enter into this exercise.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes. Now, after this powerful internalization, let's enter into the power manifestation session. I request all the participants to switch on your camera and please sit straight with your head, neck and spine so that we can enter into the power manifestation.
Yes, in this round we're going to manifest the power of anima, which means decreasing. We're going to decrease the size of an object. So select any one object. Can be maybe a small figurine or a pen, something which is nearby and which is not too large, something that you can measure easily and then compare the size. Let's take a few moments and find an object that you want to manifest this power on. And take the first measurement. You can either use measuring tape or you can just take a piece of paper, place the object on it and just draw the outline. For example, let's say you're using a bottle cap. You just draw the outline of that bottle cap and then you can reduce the size of this object. Or you could reduce the size of the bottle cap and then try to screw it onto the bottle and see if it fits, if you don't have any other measuring tool. So just take a few moments and determine the size of the object before we enter into this round of the power manifestation. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. We're going to manifest the power of reducing the size. So pick an object and measure the size initially. And then you can start connecting with Swamiji.
Yes, now you will connect with Swamiji. Sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on intensely as visualize Paramashiva has come down in the form of Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Remember, Paramashiva in your third eye. Sit with powerful cognition and meditate on it. Then intensely think that you are Nithyananda Paramashiva. Anything else you think as you identity is a delusion. Drop all the doubt and visualize, unclutch from all the thoughts. Intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, let's enter into this power manifestation. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely as we enter into the power manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, you can now take the second measurement and compare the size of the object with how big it was before. See if the size has decreased, and do let us know in the chat what was the size difference and which object did you manifest on. Let us know. This goes for all the Zoom participants, but also all the YouTube viewers, Facebook viewers, Twitch viewers, and our Instagram viewers as well. So share your experience from this power manifestation.
Yes, you can please put it in the chat. Whatever the size, whatever the measurement you have taken after the power manifestation. Madhuling, please switch on your camera. I request all the participants to switch on the camera. Yes, now let us enter into the powerful session from Swamiji, where Swamiji is going to reveal about causing other reality. When you cause others reality, they cause your reality to manifest. That is the science. Don't think always what happens when I cause others reality. No need to worry about it. When you cause others reality, your reality gets manifested by others. So let us enter into this powerful session. Please have your pen and book along with you. Write down all the powerful cognition. Let's enter into the powerful session.
Please listen. Being a catalyst for everyone to realize their reality, ultimately grow and realize their ultimate reality. Listen. Even with enriching enlightenment, maybe slowly you may develop an attitude you are holier, you are higher than the receiver. Now, not even that attitude. Be a catalyst, sincerely be a cause for everyone to realize their reality. I tell you, when you decide authentically, sincerely to be a cause for others to realize their reality, all of them become catalyst for you to cause your reality. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. When you protect dharma, dharma protects you. When you are sincerely, please understand, the moment you start trying to be a catalyst for others to realize their reality, first thing will come up is your insecurities. Complete with it. You don't need to carry so much of self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred patterns. Every doubt is established on the self-denial, self-hatred and self-doubt. First doubt, if I am causing his reality, what will happen to my reality? Who will cause it? Understand, when you decide to cause, all of them will simply become cause for your reality. And all of them, please understand, life itself, the whole, will become cause for you to cause your reality. Listen, I tell you, all the good things happened in my life. I am giving you the experiential expression from my very experience. With integrity and authenticity, I am talking to you, keeping Kala Bhairava as the witness. All the good things happened in my life. All the best things happened in my life. Happened only when I have lived sincerely, being a cause for causing others' reality. When I sincerely be a catalyst for others to cause their reality. Always, not only others' reality was caused, I was also showered by the divine grace. Because being a cause is your because. Listen, this realization is what I call applied science of living enlightenment. Jivan Mukta Vijnana. Continuously, sincerely be a cause for others to realize their cause, and whatever comes up in between, your insecurity, the other person may not be in tune with your cause, or your insecurity, what will happen to your cause, or your insecurity, others may try to cause harm to you. Complete with all this is not part of you. I tell you, even in enriching there can be an ulterior motive, but in causing that ulterior motive is removed. If enriching is like a 22 karat gold, causing is 24 karat gold. I can say 25 karat gold. Purest, when you become a cause for others' reality, actually even when you start thinking to be a cause for everyone's reality, even the thinking expands you and brings fresh lease of energy in you. Please understand, only when you cause enlightenment to others and to yourself, life starts in you. Beginning of the life starts in you only when you cause enlightenment to yourself and to others. This Nitya Kalpatar Darshan is my effort to cause enlightenment in all of you. Understand? Causing enlightenment. Be constantly supportive, helping, living, enriching, causing others' reality. When you start thinking to make others' reality, when you decide to cause to make others' reality, even your ability to think expansion always brings joy. When you start thinking for others, consciously you become them. Expansion brings always joy. Expansion brings always bliss. Expansion brings always completion. Expansion brings completion, joy. Expansion brings sacred joy. First, always be a cause for others to experience their reality. Second, when you start causing others' reality, the expansion happens in you, the joy happens in you. It's a sacred joy which strengthens you and makes even your own reality more powerfully. Third, Ashtama Siddhis are simply available to you when you cause others' reality. Fourth, carry this space of possibility in you. Go on causing it for others. I tell you, when you start causing others' reality, suddenly from thousands of directions, 10,000 hands will come and cause your life into reality. That will be cast as reality. I tell you, so much of auspiciousness will be showered on you. So much of wonderful things will be expressed through you. Be a cause for others' reality, because being a cause for others' reality is your being the cause for your being. When you are authentically, sincerely cause others' reality, suddenly you will realize that is your cause. Incompletions your mind brings out. No. If I start causing others' reality, they will exploit me, my time will be wasted, and maybe they will try to cause harm to me. Whatever incompletion comes up, understand as early as possible those incompletions is not going to bring any fulfillment to your life, and complete with them. They will only be distracting and destroying you. The earlier you understand, better for you. Those incompletions which does not allow sincerity into the context of your existence is self-denial.
The first thing you need to understand, putting yourself in other person's place. Especially when you start thinking through for the other person, to cause other person's reality, to make other person's reality express, to make other person's reality into reality. First thing happens is expansion to you. Please listen. When you create a space to make others' reality into reality, when you become a catalyst for others to realize what they want to realize, when you become a cause for others to experience their realities, the first thing happens is you expand. You expand. You become larger space. You become a larger being. Please listen. When you decide you will cause your family's realities, you become a head of a family. When you decide you will cause your reality, you become a human being. When you decide you will cause your city's reality, you become a leader of the city. When you decide you will cause the reality for the country, you become head of the country. When you decide you will cause the reality for the world, you become God. When you decide you will cause the reality for the universe, world, you become God. So deciding to cause others' reality, deciding to cause others' reality is what I call responsibility. That is what I call enriching. You putting yourself in others' place and thinking through and deciding, I'll cause it. Being a cause for everyone's reality. I tell you, when you decide I'll be a cause for everyone to experience their reality, suddenly you see so many people cause what you want as reality. Somebody asked me a question. What if others want to cause in their life is going to harm them or hurt them? Then if I cause that in their lives, am I not harming them? How can that be enriching? Or am I missing something? Did Swamiji mean that we need to listen to what they say they want to cause, what their being really wants? Please listen. Be very clear. Whether you support or not, they are going to cause what they want to cause in their life. Is it not? When you don't want to cause, you create this judgment. Justification. No, it is harming them. Who are you to justify? Give love, not intelligence. Be a hand. Be an extra hand for them, not extra head. If that is what they want, give them that, that's all. Be extra hands for people, not extra heads. I always tell people, we need only hands and legs, not heads. That we have enough. Be hands and legs for people, not heads. Many times we justify because we don't want to support the other person, we don't want to be a cause for other person's reality. We just try to justify saying, no, maybe it is harmful to him. No. Becoming a cause to make others reality. That is where the whole turn takes place, where you become a leader. Please understand. Leader is a person who goes on thinking about others, for others. You can't run life hypocritically for a long time. Don't think, no, I will act as if I think for others, but not. No! You can't act for quite a long time. You can't live by acting. Understand? Sincerely being a cause for others' reality. That is a very important, profound lesson experientially shared in this IA Level 4. Whatever obstacle you have for being cause for others' reality, you have to complete with all that. How to complete with all that? That is what is taught step by step in first few days. And then when you became a cause for others' reality, from unexpected corners, unexpected ways, so many will start becoming a cause for you to cause your reality. Understand? When you empty you, cosmos will fill you from so many angles, from so many directions. First, it empties you from your desires, then explodes you with contentment, showers you million times more than whatever you imagined as desire in your life. It just empties you the desire for $1 million, pours zillions on you.
Let's complete with all the past incompletions. It is time we rededicate ourselves to integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching and causing enlightenment to ourselves and others. And we reinvent ourselves, rediscover ourselves, recreate ourselves to live the great science of causing enlightenment. The great truth of causing enlightenment. Be very clear. You and others are not two different things. Others are extension of you. You are extension of others. The extension of others in you is you. The extension of you in outside is others. So, when you cause enlightenment to others, you cause enlightenment to you. When you cause enlightenment to you authentically, you will cause enlightenment to others. They too are not two separate things. They are not two different things. Let us take up the responsibility of causing enlightenment to us
and others. Today, Advaita, Advaita, completion, complete completion is one of the most powerful process you can do to cause any miracle in your life. Thieves may survive but cannot thrive. They may survive but cannot thrive. Only people who contribute to others can thrive. Only when you cause others reality, you can thrive. Any action you do out of completion, you will go on be causing others reality. You will go on be causing others reality. You will go on be causing others reality. So do not feel shy, do not delay, do not postpone, do not wait to soak yourself into the space of completion. Let that become your breathing style. Advaita become your breathing style, thinking style, and lifestyle. Let Advaita become your breathing style, thinking style, lifestyle. Breathing style, thinking style, lifestyle. I wanted you to know the deeper truths about Advaita. Life starts when you decide to cause others reality. Because the real you, please listen, the real you is everyone around you included. But what you cognize as you is your deep-rooted pain patterns and incompletions. Please understand, how much ever you constantly try to decorate perfume, scent, garland, you are trying to do all this to the pain you of you, incompletion you of you. But the more you are going to remember the incompletion you of you and identify you as the incompletion you of you and identify you as the incompletion you of you and cognize the incompletion you of you, what are you doing? You are trying to perfume the drainage. Trying to perfume sewage tank. So the first shift is required, first action is required, not in your doing, but in your cognition. See, that is why I tell you very important truth. Please understand these few important truths, catch it, so that I will bring you to the conclusion. First truth, what you remember as you is pain part of you, only you remember as you. You cognize yourself only your incompletions as you. But the actual you is all the people around you put together. Third, because what you cognize as you is only the deep-rooted pain patterns and incompletions of you, how much ever you try to perfume it, scent it, even put kasi chandan on it and garland it, do whatever. But the moment you open, what comes out?
You put a silk cloth. What you perceive as you go on trying to do makeup to that. That will never bring completion and powerfulness with you. Shift your energy to what is you. Shift your energy to what is you. Listen. The real you is all the people with whom your life is involved, all the lives who are involved with you. All this put together is you. When you shift, when the cognitive shift happens, all of them are you, you are them. Suddenly your joy, your pain, your life, your goal, your purpose, your right, your wrong, your dharma, your adharma, everything gets rewritten. That rewriting is what I call rewriting your future. You rewrite your future full of powerfulness. Understand one thing. Some parts of what you call as your life, you may be resisting. Some parts of what you call as your life, you may be accepting. But be very clear, whether you resist or accept, no powerlessness. Do not allow powerlessness. No question of powerlessness. Always being powerful is my religion. Understand? Love, compassion, all that will start happening in you. Love, compassion, non-violence by itself cannot become a religion. Love, compassion, non-violence from the right context only can become a religion. I have seen people who escape from life try to show compassion, non-violence, just because they feel powerless to face the conflicts. They feel completely powerless to face the conflicts. Please listen. When you feel powerless to face the conflicts, life again and again brings that same mirror and shows to you. Understand, which part of your face you don't like or attached too much, you will see only that part in the mirror again and again. How many of you understand what I am saying? Please understand, your life is a mirror. If you allow anything to make you powerless, if you allow anything to make you powerless, that will be constantly shown to you as the mirror. If you feel powerless to handle your spouse and the family and run away to some other lifestyle, sometimes divorce, sometimes sannyas, whatever lifestyle you opt or choose, by feeling powerless, I guarantee you, you will see 10 people exactly like your spouse. You will be forced to work with those people. You will see, if you run away from an employer, from a boss, 25 bosses exactly like them. You will be forced to work under them and report to all of them. See, you build a logic which makes you believe your powerlessness is inevitable. That is where the crime starts. Understand? Just poke holes in those arguments. that your powerlessness is inevitable, I tell you, you are free. Now you will be liberated. Liberation is nothing but poking holes in the arguments that your powerlessness is inevitable. The true compassion, when you identify it, the first thing happens to you is you will be so empowered. You will feel so sure about you. When you decide to cause others reality, only then you will understand what you are. Till then, what you think as you is only the deep pain patterns and incompletions of you. It may look very paradoxical. Life is as it is. Just because your ignorant logic cannot capture it. Your ignorant logic tries to capture the life always as a straight line. But the truth of life is paradoxical. What you call as paradoxical. The first paradox. When you try to cause others reality, you will even realize what you are. You will understand the different spare parts and organs of you, their functions, their qualities, capabilities, abilities, much better when you decide to cause others reality.
Yes. Now, after this powerful session, we will enter into the celebration of Kumbh Mela happening. So around the world are gathering for this grand celebration of Kumbh Mela. So join us in this Kumbh Mela celebration. You can follow the link. We can provide you the link for the Kumbh Mela where you can join and celebrate with us. It is the most auspicious happening. Yes. I request all the participants to switch on the camera as we enter into this Kumbh Mela celebration. After this, we'll be having a darshan. Yes, now we'll be entering into Kumbh Mela celebration, followed by Swamiji's darshan.
Then would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself, Ma? Sure. Nithyananda, everyone. I'm Ma Prasanna. I live in Menlo Park, California. I am a volunteer at the Nithyananda Vedic Temple in San Jose. Can I say something about how I got introduced to Swamiji, like a brief? Sure, I would love to hear from you on that. So I was working in Seattle in 2009, and Swamiji was conducting a Kalpataru meditation. And even before we met Swamiji, we were frequent visitors at the Swamiji's temple in Seattle. And my kids were 1 and 3 at that time, and it was pretty overwhelming for us to handle 2 kids who were running around all the time. But whenever we went to the temple in Seattle, the kids would calm down, and everyone would come back happy. So we would go there every other day, and they told us that Swamiji is coming in. I think it was November that Swamiji was coming. So we immediately signed up for attending the Kalpataru program, and the kids were very small, so we left the kids with a nanny and we went and attended the program. It was a 1-day program. By the end of it, I was telling my husband that I want to go for the next Inner Awakening program. I don't know how, but I want to go. Somehow, I was able to convince my in-laws, and I took both the kids, my in-laws, everybody, all of us went for the Inner Awakening program in December of 2009. And that was like a life-changing experience, not just for me, for the kids, for all of us in our family. And I came back feeling completely a transformed person. I was hooked to Swamiji's videos. I would watch it all the time. And then I started volunteering in the Seattle temple. And I feel like volunteering in the temple made a huge difference, because I felt like there was a constant connection with the deities and with Swamiji by going there, and the Sangha, which was there to support us through thick and thin. So that was a huge turning point in our lives. And soon after that, we moved to the Bay Area. My husband got a job here, and so all of us moved to the Bay Area. And as luck would have it, there was a Nithyananda Vedic temple in San Jose as well. So I just continued volunteering in the temple, and I'm still volunteering there. And I've done several Inner Awakening programs with Swamiji. I've been to Varanasi, I've been to Haridwar, I've been to like so many of his Inner Awakening programs. And each program, Swamiji would give us some glimpses of Kumbh Mela. And many a times he's mentioned that you have not experienced Hinduism completely until you've been to at least one Kumbh Mela. And he would tell us about these, many things that happened during Kumbh Mela, and I would be just listening to him. But like one thing that stuck in my head whenever he would tell us about Kumbh Mela is that I have not experienced Hinduism unless I've seen Kumbh Mela at least once. So in 2015, there was a Kumbh Mela in Nasik, and that happened to be in September, I think. And by then, the kids' school was in session. So I'm thinking in my mind, I want to go for Kumbh Mela, but my kids need me because the schools are in session. Should I go? Should I not go? But my husband, he has always been very supportive of my spiritual journey, and he said, if you feel like going, you just go. I will somehow take care of the kids. You don't worry about that. So I just took the next flight, and I just last minute I just booked a flight and I came to Kumbh Mela. and the arrangements were just beautiful in Nasik. And if you know how Nasik is, there was a lot of rain at that time during the Nasik Kumbh Mela. It was raining very heavily. But the arrangements were just impeccable. There was a dormitory for everyone to stay. There was a full kitchen that was operational, I think, day in and day out. Beautifully arranged. Whether it was raining, whether it was hot, whether it was dry, no matter what happened, I noticed that the volunteers in the kitchen were always working, and very dedicated volunteers who were always there to help whoever was attending the program, and also to serve people who were just coming to meet Swamiji. So at that time, I was lucky enough to take one Shahi Snan along with Swamiji. With all of us went with Swamiji. We took one Shahi Snan. That was beautiful. And then there was one session where we were going for the second Shahi Snan, but it was pouring. So I just remember that Swamiji will casually say that, hey, it's pouring because the heavens are very happy with us. So just experience it with this also. So we were like sitting like awestruck around Swamiji. I remember we went to the Triambakeshwar temple in Nasik, and we sat outside the temple, and it was raining from above, and we were all sitting, and Swamiji is talking to us for a long time, and nobody wanted to move. At some point, Swamiji himself asked, "Hey, it's raining so much. Do you guys want to go back and dry yourself?" And we like, "No, Swamiji, we are okay." You just keep talking to us, and this is good. And then of us sitting around Swamiji, listening to him, such beautiful experiences from that Kumbh Mela. Like, and then sometimes we'll be sitting in the meditation hall, and Swamiji will be conducting a meditation program, and then some people will be coughing because it was raining and people were getting a little sick, and then Swamiji will say, Paripurna, they're all coughing. Can you arrange for tea for everyone, coffee for everyone? And within 10 minutes, there'll be coffee, and everybody is drinking tea and coffee, and like everyone is like up. And so like whole program was seamlessly conducted. Uh, the volunteers were very dedicated. It was a beautiful experience, so much joy being around Swamiji. And the other thing I wanted to mention was that there were people streaming all the time to meet Swamiji, and we just casually met, got introduced to the Matadishwars, the heads of various spiritual organizations, who were just streaming in to meet Swamiji. And then Swamiji would sometimes introduce them, and he would talk about their yogic feast. And I was like in awestruck, thinking, hey, we just hear about these in books, or like you read about these things. Swamiji is casually introducing them as if this is just another happening, because Hinduism has is full of so many of these yogic masters that he just used to casually introduce us to them. That was beautiful. Nasik was great. It was slightly smaller.
Actually,
but next,
yeah. Sorry, I was just wanting to add to what you were saying, because I also had like Nasik was my introduction to Kumbh Mela, and I think it prepared me to cognize something as huge as Ujjain. But Nasik was so unique in itself, like you said. I remember when you were particularly mentioning about how Hindu leaders, monks, the Mahamandaleshwars or the Mahants of various akhadas, how they would stream in to see like Swamiji, they would like just keep coming. And I remember this one particular thing, okay, like what you said, it ignited a memory in me. There was this bandara. Bandara is where like we call all the sadhus and mahants and like all the heads of different akhadas, they all have a feast. They'll have like a spiritual, they'll all come together, they'll have a feast, and there's a process, there's a whole ritual. It's called Bandara, right? And I still remember this. That was one of my first experiences to a Bandara, and we were all there as we were all Gurukul kids, so we were there with our mentors, and we were standing towards the side. And I still remember the whole Bandara, like it went, and as soon as Swamiji came, people were all like waiting to see Swamiji. And the moment they heard that Swamiji is here, and the moment that like immediately it spread like wildfire. And the room, which was like just it was a small hall, and it was a huge building. We actually had it in one of the akhada buildings, and suddenly the Mahant of the akhada came and said, Swamiji, we need to get a lot of security people. Like maybe you should, do you have some more people, because our akhada was not prepared to handle this crowd. Can you get some more people? And I still remember this so well. Swamiji said, all our sannyasis are there. They'll take care. Don't worry. And Swamiji attested it. Swamiji takes care of every detail, right? And then we had people, even public started coming in to catch a selfie with Swamiji. And the most something that was very sweet for me, this one incident I remember so well. And I was lost in the crowd because we were all like kids, and we were all always with our mentors, not with Swamiji. And Swamiji, like, there was a huge crowd around Swamiji, and people had come. And I still remember this. So what like people started calling Swamiji as Trinetra Baba, because people saw people saw the power demonstration. They saw how the third eye was manifesting, and then and there was one thing where people heard, if Swamiji's thumb touches your third eye gets awakened, right? So they don't even know. Like, not necessarily everyone will know what is initiation, but they just want that thumb to touch the third eye. I still remember we were all standing. We would have even like Mahants or Sadhus and all of them. They would come, they would say, Swamiji, can you just touch her third eye? Swamiji, can you just put your thumb on her third eye? And we would have them come. They would come to take selfie, and Swamiji, like, patiently, he will attend to everyone. We'll have these are like leaders and like the pontiffs of different akhadas, and they would come and they would say, Swamiji, like what you have done is amazing. And they say, can you awaken our third eye? We do want to experience it. And the crowd, right? Like we'll have the people standing, like holding each other's hand, like a human chain, just to protect, right? They'll come in between. Someone will just take Swamiji's hand, put on this third eye, and they say, now my third eye is awakened. I have my third eye awakened. And that is like an unforgettable experience for me. So like, I mean, like this is just so sweet. I heard from so many people who went to this Nasti Kumbh Mela, everyone sharing this. That literally Swamiji would be walking it since, and then people would just pull Swamiji's hand like randomly from like especially this is not just the public, even the Akada heads, many of the people who are prominent leaders in Hinduism, for them like this, they know one thing: if Swamiji's thumb somehow touches their forehead, their third eye will be awakened. That's all. They literally take Swamiji's hand, like pull it and like put it on their head, and they start celebrating. Oh, my third is awakened now. My third is awakened now. And another point that she was telling about, right, like the volunteers, I still remember. See, one thing that you experience in Kumbh Mela is it's raw. Like your status, you can be like you can even be a head of state somewhere, or you can be anyone, anywhere. You whatever your status in the society is, nothing matters. At that, you are just another Hindu coming there to celebrate. And the sheer volume of people breaking the barriers of language, of culture, of even religions. Because in our Adinam, we have various different religions, people who came from different religions who came to experience an introduction to Hinduism there. And I still remember, we would have people from like in Adinam itself, there's like in Kailasa, in Nasik, there's no categorization. We will not have like, you are this, you're high, you're low. No. But even what the societal, the strata, right? Like whether someone is like a super rich person, whether someone, we would have people from big Fortune 500 companies who are in senior positions who will be there sitting and washing the vessels and being part
washing
of
the bathrooms and
exactly.
and
We will also have, at the same time, we will have people who have like who society would consider as poor or economically not from a good background and all of that. Even there'll be absolutely like no kind of a this thing whatsoever, and everyone will be there together to celebrate. And that sheer the energy of that was something phenomenal. So when you were sharing that, particularly in Nasik, this was something unique that I remember so well. Ujjain was a different scale altogether. That's a whole subject to talk about. But Nasik, this is something unique that I still remember.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful sharing, Nithyananda. I still remember the Bandara, and I still remember the crowds around him and everyone trying to take his thumb. Yeah, now I just remember that. Yeah, but yeah, definitely, Ujjain was a different scale. The number of people attending was massive, and and for Ujjain, I came with both my kids, and I was alone. So my husband, like I came first, and then I went back, and then my husband came because my mother-in-law, she lives with us, so we were taking turns to attend it. But when I came to Ujjain, I was awestruck because the scale at which that happened was completely different. Like there was a lot more people, volunteers, people just attending the program, and the people streaming in to take darshan was a different level of preparation for that. But it just happened just like that. And then I just remember again same thing. So at that time, I remember since this was happening on a much larger scale, there was more need for volunteers to help with cleanliness, food, serving. You could take any a responsibility you wanted. But I remember like we were sitting in the hall, and there were like thousands of people sitting in that tent and like doing third eye manifestation and all of those. And then Swamiji casually said that we need to pay attention to the hygiene and cleanliness, and we need more help outside. And just remember one thing, that if you do any seva in my sangha, which could be as small as serving food to people, as or whatever you think you don't want to do, for example cleaning bathrooms and maintaining the cleanliness, doing seva to any of my devotees is the same as doing personal seva to me. So at that time, many people said, okay, we're going to go outside this hall and not and take care of other duties. So there were many people who actually started taking care of the infrastructure that was built, which included the porta potties and the the bathrooms, and then there was an entire kitchen that was set up, and this was on a regular ground. It wasn't like a pakka land or something. It was just on a ground. There were pebbles everywhere, and then everybody was walking barefoot. And I saw some of the kitchen volunteers were carrying big, vessels, and just walking through the stones. And I'm sure it hurt, but it didn't bother them because they knew that it was something that was special that was happening, and they were there to contribute towards that. So I thought that there I saw that no matter who you are from any strata of society, everybody got together and they were there for one purpose, was to attend Kumbh Mela, benefit from it, also support Swamiji in what he was trying to achieve. And I must mention the evenings were just spectacular.
Wow.
Maybe 5 or 6 o'clock, people would start coming for darshan, and they would just keep coming. And Swamiji will sit for hours and give them darshan, everybody individually. And then he would tell them, if anybody who comes here has to eat and go. So they would come, and then they would go and eat food, and then they would leave. And I would just...
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometer square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info